Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Muy feliz día de Casino del Tío Salo. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y ya saben, bienvenidos todos ustedes a ver y a hacer trading con nosotros. Pero antes de eso, como siempre, quiero platicar rápidamente de los escenarios que se están dando, las posibilidades de todo y lo que vimos porque Donald Trump ganó las elecciones anoche y fue tal cual como lo habíamos platicado. Una sorpresa para nadie. Ganó por demasiado, destruyó a Kamala Harris y era obvio para cualquier persona que no haya sido endoctrinada por CNN y por todo eso. Varias cosas que salen al tema, ¿no? Uno, gracias Mark Cuban por la ayuda. El campo de Trump debería estar de así. Dos, el poder de Joe Rogan. Honestamente, todos creemos que, porque nos venden esta idea de que la televisión es el medio más grande y potente de todo el mundo, pero no lo es. Ha desaparecido y está desapareciendo y es por eso que también me largué de Hollywood. Me di cuenta, el mercado se está secando. Y ahora todos estos actores no tienen chamba y por eso estuvieron ahí, pues, apoyando a cierto candidato que les paga todas las cuentas. Y para todos ustedes que tal vez no sepan, las cadenas de televisión Fox, CNN le pertenece a Disney. Dime cuál, o sea, NBC es un estudio de películas. Todos estos hacen películas y todas las películas también hacen, todos los estudios también tienen noticieros. Nos intentan vender la idea de que ellos son el medio de información más acá, pero no hay nada que se compare. Estás viendo a Joe Rogan, 45 millones de vistas en su podcast con Donald Trump. La última semana tuvo a JD Vance, tuvo a Elon Musk, tuvo a Donald Trump. Te enseña cómo ha cambiado todo. Y ahora tenemos que preguntarnos, ¿no? Porque ahora que vemos a estas celebridades y ya, yo creo que esta es la segunda vez que vemos por lo que es y por lo que hacen y por qué lo hacen. Te tengo que preguntar, ¿qué tanto vas a confiar en las celebridades de aquí en adelante, no? Porque tienen que pensarlo, ya no hay chamba. O sea, las películas, ¿cómo vas a hacer dinero si estás haciendo películas que cuestan 100 millones de dólares compitiendo con la atención de un podcast que me costó nada? ¿Cómo puedes competir con eso? No puedes. No hay dinero que tenga realidad a eso. Están lavando todo el dinero del mundo a través de los comerciales y todo eso para que las compañías, los dueños de Estados Unidos, las empresas grandes de las que platicamos el día de ayer, puedan literalmente blindarse de absolutamente todo. ¿Y cómo lo hacen? Pagan premiums ridículos por hacer anuncios en lugares donde nadie está viendo tus anuncios. Y eso te debería decir, todas las compañías que ves en la televisión, esas compañías que están en los comerciales, como todas las farmacéuticas en Estados Unidos, etcétera, son los dueños de Estados Unidos. Esos tíos les están secando los cheques a los actores, entonces tienen que trabajar en otras cosas. Lo vimos en la pandemia. Los actores se juntaron todos, muy buena onda, y nos contaron a todos y nos convencieron. Vacúnense. Vientos. Ok, aprendimos de ella. Y ahora los vemos otra vez salir a todos juntos, muy preocupados sobre todo por el bienestar del ciudadano, ¿no? Gente como Jennifer López, que estuvo con Diddy y Diddy se verguió casi enfrente me estoy seguro que enfrente de ella y aparte lo hacía todos los días. Pero estas personas, ya podemos ver, son simplemente un creador de contenido glorificado a través del pasado que ya no tiene lugar en este mundo. Eso es lo que son. Y es triste y lo estás viendo en todos lados. Puedes ver hasta las mismas celebridades haciendo los bailecitos no originales de TikTok con todo el mundo y editando sus videos igual. Se les acabó. Y ahora están en un mundo donde Joe Rogan es la persona, en mi opinión, Joe Rogan es la persona más influencial de todo el planeta. De verdad, es una locura. Lo inteligente que es el tío, lo bien que lleva el show, todo esto. Felicidades a Joe Rogan, felicidades a Elon Musk, porque como jodieron a Elon, le mandaron el tweet de Go fuck yourself, Elon. Después le dijeron que él no iba, no era el mero mero de los coches eléctricos. Biden le dijo a Mary de GM que ella era la pionera en eso. Después intentaron detener despegues de SpaceX. Han intentado hacer todo en contra de Elon Musk, cerrarle X, decir que es una fábrica de propaganda, los mismos propagandistas de todo esto. Elon Musk ganó y ahora alguien me dijo, se me hace que Elon Musk es la persona más influencial del mundo. Estoy de acuerdo. Yo solamente estoy diciendo en medios, lo que es cosas con vistas, la persona más influencial de todo eso que se dedica a eso es Joe Rogan. Sencillo, porque está en Spotify, está en YouTube, está en todas las plataformas y además los invitados que tiene la gente, el respeto que todo el mundo tiene por Joe. Y yo creo que lo vemos a todos los niveles, es potentísimo. También dicen Tucker Carlson, por ejemplo, también le está yendo muy bien, obviamente le está rompiendo, pero Joe Rogan está en absolutamente otra liga. Ahorita vamos a repasar esto rapidísimo, pero también quería decir, para toda la gente que está decepcionada porque no ganó Harris, tenemos que darnos cuenta, están todos los argumentos de ese lado, y esto es tal vez para hacerlos sentir mejor, pero para que entiendan el porqué de cómo les lavaron el cerebro, hicieron que te enfocaras en algo personal que te hace sentir mejor contigo mismo. Y eso normalmente es un indicador de que te están lavando la cabeza. Cada que te volteas a decir, es que estas personas son peor que yo porque yo tengo estas creencias, te están lavando la cabeza. Y esto lo hicieron varias formas. Lo hicieron, uno, con el aborto, que es algo horrible porque, por cierto, lo usan cada 4 años, ¿no? A cierto punto te tienes que dar cuenta de que no le importa a nadie, que solamente lo están usando en contra tuya. Es un problema que afecta 0.15% de la población anualmente directamente. Y es un problema para tener un aborto porque es violadas, son 0.15% de las personas en Estados Unidos son violadas al año. Eso quiere decir que 650,000 personas sufren una violación. Y de esas 650,000, divídelo entre 20 y esa es la cantidad de gente que tiene que tener un aborto por eso. De nuevo, nadie está diciendo que las mujeres no tienen que las mujeres tienen que tener todos los derechos de hacer lo que se les hinchen los huevos, pero esto no es un tema que de verdad debería importarle a todo el mundo y lo hicieron tan grande que es de cómo puedes compararlo con lo que de verdad importa. Y ahí es donde te empiezas a dar cuenta de que te están contando tonterías que no tienen sentido. La otra, ¿cuál era la otra? La de los inmigrantes. Van a deportar a todos los mexicanos, van a sacar. Claro que no. Eso tampoco es cierto. Nadie ha dicho que van a sacar a los mexicanos. Nadie ha dicho que van a sacar a nadie. Lo que están diciendo es que tal vez no dejen entrar a más gente. Es lo que tal vez están diciendo. Y vamos a tener que usar a toda esta gente. Se los he dicho 1000 veces. Y también no es que yo crea que el gobierno de Donald Trump va a cambiar las cosas potentemente. Personalmente soy un cínico de mierda y no le creo nada a nadie. Pero es ridículo que estemos abogando por cosas que afectan a la población en ese número tan pequeño y que lo hagamos tan grande, cuando comparado con esto tienes del otro lado mínimo la esperanza de que tienes a RFK que está diciendo vamos a hacer a Estados Unidos saludable otra vez. Eso quiere decir que algo que nos afecta a 330 millones, 100 millones, o sea, 100% de toda la población en Estados Unidos diario, porque diario comemos. No, eso no nos interesa. La economía tampoco te debería interesar más que los derechos, pero es una estupidez porque 330 millones de nosotros vivimos la economía a diario y tengo que ir diario a comprar comida, a comprar diferentes bienes, pagar por servicios y eso cuesta un chingo de dinero. ¿Cómo voy a decir elocuentemente que eso que afecta a todo el país no tiene sentido porque esta cosa que según yo esta vez va a cambiar estos 4 años, que nunca ha cambiado, que siempre ha sido el mismo tipo de argumento, tiene el peso de estas otras cosas que nos afectan diario a todos? La inseguridad. ¿Por qué nadie se está quejando? Yo vengo de México y me vine de México también pensando que en el futuro, algún día, si le pego, voy a poder comprarme un Ferrari, voy a poder manejar con mi reloj así de mamón, con mi Ferrari convertible. Y en Estados Unidos se ha puesto horrible la cosa de que no puedes ni sacar tu Ferrari con tu Rolex, ¿no? Es una realidad tan grande. Eh, pero es cierta. Y también la libertad de expresión. No se da cuenta nadie que de verdad la gente cree que lo que vemos en las noticias es el día de hoy, que es de verdad. Nadie comprende que todo eso es comprado. Tenemos que poner las cosas en balanza y te prometo, de las dos partidos probablemente nada va a cambiar, probablemente, no estoy diciendo que sí, no estoy diciendo que no, pero si perdiste la moralidad, ¿no? El de, oh, es que todo el mundo, es que la gente, tú le vas a tener que decir a tus hijos que votaste por Trump, no a tus hijas. Y es de, güey, ¿cuántas veces se van a tirar a tu hija sin condón y va a tener que necesitar un aborto? Comparado con cuántas veces tu hija va a tener que ir a la escuela, comparado con cuántas veces tu hija tiene que comer, comparado con cuántas veces tu hija necesita seguro para poder ir al médico, comparado con el sistema médico que diario va a atender a tu hija en lo que crece para poder darle ese aborto que te va a costar $1 trillón. Por el amor de Dios. Y ahora, vamos a la parte fina de esta cosa que es las tablas y lo económico, porque yo creo que a todo el mundo nos interesa. Estamos viendo los mercados explotar a la alza. Bitcoin altos históricos anoche, Solana está en la zona de los 186. Todo empieza a romper, pero les quiero enseñar varias cosas que se me hacen importantes antes de que llegue Farhan y ahorita vamos a platicar de todo. Denme un segundito, que me pongo esto acá bien, que yo no lo veía. Ok, ahora, esto es por lo que ayer no le apostamos al VIX. Alguien estaba preguntando acá, ¿compraré el VIX porque no sé qué? Nunca sabes cuándo te van a dar el golpe de volatilidad. Nunca lo sabes. Y aquí el VIX cayó brutalmente. El dólar despegó a la alza. ¿Por qué despegó el dólar a la alza con esta fuerza? Porque todo el mundo cree que va a haber una inflación potente y que van a tener que subir tipos porque Donald Trump, esto es mínimo la narrativa que todo el mundo sigue, porque creen que Donald Trump va a imprimir más dinero que todos los demás. Pero entonces, esto es donde tengo el conflicto, donde nadie está escuchando lo que dijo entonces Elon Musk y Donald Trump, porque están diciendo completamente lo contrario. Y esto también podría ser el previo de que literalmente van a subir los tipos y vamos a tener una moneda fuerte, vamos a dejar de gastar y el dólar va a valer mucho más. Por eso estás viendo al dólar acá. Y del otro lado estás viendo los bonos con subidas que personalmente me equivoqué. Estaba diciendo que este era el tope de probablemente los bonos. Esto yo no lo vi venir, no entiendo cómo estamos acá. Y esto no es bueno, por cierto. Cada que ves los bonos subir tanto su rendimiento, eso es malo para el mercado. Pero si volteas a ver el mercado, está en llamas y está en fuego más bien, ¿no? Que está con todo. Véanlo, el gap que hizo el SP 500. Vean al Nasdaq, ¿no? Hasta el Russell 2000 subió un chingo. Y acá es donde dices, ¿qué está pasando? Y luego voltea a ver a Tesla, tío. $287. Obvio, Elon Musk se va a convertir en el primer trillonario del planeta en los próximos 4 años. La gente cree que es difícil para él cuadriplicar su fortuna, pero uno, simplemente con que Tesla llegue al precio de altos históricos, solamente ahí es el doble de dinero. Luego tienes Starlink, tienes SpaceX, que no son públicos, y Starlink va a ser literalmente AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, Telcel, Usacell, todos los teléfonos en todo el mundo, él va a conectar todas las redes. Y yo sé que todos van a decir esto. Eso no ha salido a decir Elon Musk. Van a ver, tiene nuevos satélites que tienen la capacidad de poder proveer acceso a datos ya directamente al teléfono. Esos nuevos satélites son los nuevos que está desplegando con sus cohetes. También vimos el precio del petróleo. Cayó agresivamente, pero después se volvió para acá. ¿Por qué caería el precio del petróleo? Porque todo el mundo dice que va a acabar con la guerra de Zelensky. Zelensky no durmió nada bien anoche. Muy preocupado definitivamente por todo esto. Y el oro va para abajo fuerte. Ok, este bajón del oro es considerable. Yo diría que una vez que pierda un 8%, nos va a decir que podemos meternos a riesgo potentemente. Por ahora, ¿por qué el oro estaría bajando? Y esto es algo que hasta el mismo Peter Schiff no entiende. Es porque está diciendo Elon Musk y Donald Trump que van a dejar de gastar dinero a lo loco. Si dejas de gastar dinero a lo loco, eso de verdad reduce inflación. Yo sé que le han enseñado a todo el mundo que la reducción de inflación viene a través de tipos, porque es lo que dice el librito, ¿no? Es lo chido, porque así funciona el sistema y eso es lo que te cuentan para poder hacer las cambiadas de dinero de manos de un lado a otro. Pero la realidad es, ¿quieres bajar la inflación? Tienes que reducir la masa monetaria y la emisión de la misma. Y es lo que mínimo nos cuenta Elon Musk y nos dice Donald Trump que van a hacer. Y es por eso que el oro, y se los dije, en mi opinión, iba a caer y estamos viéndolo el día de hoy. ¿Qué otra? El peso. El peso definitivamente contra el dólar va a bajar hasta los 22, es su siguiente nivel. Y la razón por qué es sencilla. Porque mínimo la retórica de ahorita es que Donald Trump va a poner tarifas en contra de México y de otros países. Si Donald Trump pone tarifas, los precios de sus productos van a subir. Y para poder vender esos productos, lo que van a hacer es un poco lo que hace China y es devaluar la moneda. Y por eso estás viendo al peso subir en contra del dólar. Lo habíamos dicho antes. Ahora, Todo esto alcista, porque volteamos a ver, vean a Bitcoin así, poniendo un show divino. Perdón, tenía todas estas cosas que andaba haciendo un tradingcillo por ahí. Están viendo a Bitcoin por acá, altos históricos, por supuesto, y continúa, está en 74,307. Aquí hay algo que no tiene sentido. O la bolsa tiene que darse la vuelta junto con cripto y todo y dejar que los bonos suban, o los bonos van a caer, que personalmente yo creo que los bonos deben de caer porque tiene que haber un momento donde el gobierno de Estados Unidos pueda continuar esa emisión de deuda a largo plazo y poder endeudarse potentemente y continuar. Pero no sabemos porque, de nuevo, ¿de verdad van a hacer lo que dicen? Porque si de verdad lo hacen, va a ser una realidad muy diferente. El dólar estando fuerte es el indicador más fuerte de todo esto. Así que vamos a ver cómo se da. Voy a traerles a Farhan. Ahí lo tienen todos ustedes. Eso es lo que nos trae la presidencia de Trump. Y vamos a ver cómo se da. Vamos a ver si de verdad vamos a reducir esa inflación a través de lo que está diciendo Elon Musk. Vamos a ver si reducimos el gasto. Pero sin más ni más, vamos a Elite Trading Academy. Les tengo a Farhan por acá. Recuerden, quieren tradear con nosotros, no quieren pagar por nada, no se preocupen. Está nuestro Discord en la descripción del video para que puedan entrar todos, disfrutar con nosotros, pasarla bien con nosotros. Y si les gustaría aprender más, tenemos nuestro curso de Zero a Trader, que literalmente si nunca has visto un gráfico, puedes ver ese video en 1 hora 40 minutos y aparte está bien divididito. Está en español, en inglés. Lo puedes checar, el de español es la traducción del de inglés, que es el que hicieron ellos, para que lo chequen, $24.99 es lo que cuesta, y también para venir a platicar en el chat, por favor, toda la gente de Elite Trading Academy, los que pertenecen ahí, déjenme en el chat todas sus preguntas, que ahorita vamos a empezar, y sin más ni más, good sir.
Good morning, how are you doing?
Good, I just realized that my headphones are not actually working, they're not plugged in here, let me see if that's working. Am I hearing you now? Say something.
Can you hear me?
Damn it. Yes, but it's now this. Okay, 1 second, everybody.
Hey, at least you're not one of those assholes on the airplane who spend like 30 minutes before you realizes this shit's not plugged in.
Dude, those are the worst. How are you?
I'm pretty good. It's election, post-election day. We elected the convicted felon. All's good in the world.
Well, we're all going to go to hell, to jail, and everywhere else. So get ready.
Oh, yeah, Hitler has been elected.
It's crazy, dude. It's crazy what we do for Hitler. All right.
Elections are over in America.
Absolutely. We'll never have another election again. Is there, there's something that people want to start with. Bitcoin. And also, Rivian is dumping like crazy. So I think we should do Rivian after Bitcoin. But
Tesla's going up like huge.
I actually think traditional car makers are going to completely get demolished right now because he wants to get rid of the tax incentives for the cars. And the only one that has a real margin, it's him. He knows that. That would be the end of Ford. This is what I've been saying for a long time too, by the way. That'll be the end of Ford, GM, Stellantis, and everybody else. Everybody else. I think that's why Rivian is going down right now.
Yeah, because of the tariffs, right? For the cars that are built outside of America?
Well, no. They build them here in the U.S., here in Newport, California, and also in I believe, Illinois. They have another plant. They actually build them in Illinois, if I'm not mistaken. But and then they ship them here, which is what we're waiting for on our R1S right now. What was I going to say? No, they would go down because right now Rivian is losing about $32,000 to $40,000 per car that they make. That's way better than Ford, way better than Lucid, and way better than everyone else. But the thing is, you also get the tax incentive. So that helps you with your margins a little bit. Whereas Tesla can get rid of the tax credit and still have a positive margin on their cars. And this is going to affect absolutely everyone. And also the electric car, as Elon's been doing it, it's becoming cheaper than everything else. And everything else is going up in price against it. And if he puts tariffs, then Ford's going to be fucked. GM's going to be fucked because those guys don't produce their cars here.
Yeah. Doesn't Lucid lose like $600,000 per car?
450 right now. Yeah. Yeah, it's insane. But they make like 8,000 cars a year.
They lose almost as much as VW lost on a fucking Bugatti.
Not bad. That's crazy, no? For real. That's pretty insane. Let's start with Bitcoin, son.
All right, let me share my screen.
Let's get this. I mean, I already have it here, but you know, you do you.
Shameless plug.
Shameless plug, baby. Let's go, water people. Thank you. Meanwhile, this is what Belen and I do. We buy seasonal mugs, and we had the Boo one. Now we have this one. So there you
that's
go.
nice.
So
That's cute.
that's what's going on. What do you got for us?
Let's start with the. Do I want to do the monthly or the quarterly? I'll do the quarterly. We have a massive, massive, massive green candle on the quarterly. One that the size of which we have not seen since January, when we went up from 40s all the way up to our previous all-time highs at $73,000. As of this moment, we still have a statistical probability of continuing higher to this top 38.2 range. Good Lord, that number is high, almost at $92,000. I just got a notification saying that there's unusual activity detected on our Discord because there's so many people going on right now.
That's awesome.
It's interesting because that we're going up to new all-time highs right now, while HPDR momentum is currently pointed down and volatility is pointed down. So once this closes and the next one opens up, next quarterly candle, once the momentum starts shifting up and volatility supports it, we're going to get even more of a volatile move to the upside than we're getting right now. That opens up the possibility to somewhere around the 50%, if not even higher. And just the 50% is at $102,000. So if we can go to say the 61.8, it's going to be somewhere around just below $110,000. And this thing likes to go a lot higher than the 61.8 on the quarterly. It likes to go somewhere around like on our cycle highs in 2021, we went over the 100%. I'm not saying we're going to go over the 100% this time because the number is pretty insane to get there.
That's 200 grand, right?
Yeah, it's over $200,000. It's like $205,000.
Get the fuck out of here.
Likely not going to happen, but just putting it out there that we can easily go way over $100,000 if we were to just hold the theory, the relationship true that we've held every single time so far.
True.
Go to the monthly. Monthly is currently reclaimed this blue 38.2 zone. So whenever that happens, the median becomes a magnet. As of right now, the median is still pretty much significantly higher than our current price action. It's at $80,555. And our monthly HPDR momentum has started flipping back up. It's crossed over the moving average, and volatility is at extreme lows. Once volatility starts expanding, very likely we're going to go back to at least the 78.6, which where we topped at previous all-time highs. Right now, that's sitting at, God, I'm not even comfortable saying this number, $167,000.
This is ridiculous, by the way.
Right? These numbers are just, they look like monopoly money.
Yeah. I mean, probably that's what's going to happen.
For one Chinese Bitcoin. The jewel is currently, the first time around on our previous all-time highs, we rejected the bullish critical zone. Then we started coming down, and now we've curved around. It started shifting white. On this next monthly open, this is going to shift cyan, and we're going to enter the bullish critical zone. And this is the perps. Let me switch to the index. The only time we've ever been in the bullish critical zone on the index, like all indexes, all of the Bitcoin exchanges put together, an average price. So the ones with the most data and the ones with the least amount altogether. Last time we went into the critical zone was in February of 2021, February, March, on our previous cycle all-time highs at $5,000. Before that, we went up in there in March of 2017, right before that huge parabolic bull run when we topped at $20,000. Before that, 2013 bull market. So we're about to get a very, very, very massive move to the upside on Bitcoin once this starts sifting cyan light blue and enters the bullish critical zone. And since on this cycle already, we've already rejected it, this time around, we're likely to spend a good amount of time in the bullish critical zone. So we should get theoretically, we should get a more powerful move than this one and this one. Because this time around, this time, we never rejected it before we entered it. We just went straight into it. Now that we've rejected it and built a base, we should be able to stay within this bullish critical zone for way longer than we did on this time and this time. And this 2017 time, we were in the critical zone from February until February, so a year. We spent a whole year in the critical zone. And that was before. I guess you can look at it like this. This 2013 cycle, we rejected it. And then the 2017 cycle, we spent a year in it. So 2021 cycle, we didn't reject it. So we only spent January of 2021 until May of 2021. So we only really spent like 3 or 4 months in it.
Yeah.
This time around, we've projected it on the same cycle. So are we going to get another a full year in the bullish critical zone from here? That would back up the idea that markets will go up until around end of 2025, and then 2026 is when our bear market starts. Well, we've been talking about that for months, right?
And also just based on history, right? Like the real bull market is the year right after the election.
Yeah, the first year right after the election is where everything goes to the moon.
And it's continuing on.
And then after that is when we have our bear market. Same thing happened in 2021 and 2022. And now,
Yep.
not only is the jewel flipping around, but it's basing on this pink fast oscillator moving average. This is like a picture perfect flip around of the jewel. So this is establishing strong support here, which is going to allow it to continue higher. The jewel also is the pink is over the yellow, which is also a very nice sign to see. Weekly is looking strong as fuck too. Where it started getting a little dip earlier in the week, based right off the median, and now we're expanding, and we're healthily over this meme line that has been holding price back since basically ever. Every single time we've tapped it, we either deviated it or rejected it and ended up dumping very hard. This is the first time that we've actually got solidly over it and started expanding from there. And what our first target is going to be, based off the HPDR, is what we saw on our monthly as well, is that $80,000 zone. On the weekly, it's giving us 81,800. The momentum is starting to flip back up, and volatility is starting to support it too. And the jewel is re-entering the bullish control zone. It's just looking good all the way around. The 50% area, this thing likes to go to the 50% and the 61.8. So right now, if you were to go to the 50%, that would be 87,000, and 61.8 would be $95,000. I feel like the 61.8 is more likely. Get everybody all horny, tease them up for 100K, and then get a nice little correction back down to either the 38.2 or maybe even this what do you call it, a previous all-time high, somewhere around like 73.6 or $74,000. That'd be a really nice shakeout. That would be how much of a percent? Yeah, 22% down. Yeah, everyone's gonna be cycle highs are in. 100K is not happening. It's a trap again, just like last time, and then boom, it explodes. 5-day right now is finding resistance at the top of the 38.2%. This is the area where we would have to get over to get our next like huge vertical move to the upside. The last time we've ever gotten a 5-day over the blue 38.2% was right here in February of 2024. That's when we went from the 50s all the way up to current all-time highs. And we topped out at the 78.6. Right now, 78.6 is $99,931.
Shut the fuck up.
100K. That prophesized 100K that we've been talking about for years now is finally about to happen. I'm just wondering what would have happened to the Bitcoin price if Kamala had won the election. She would have nuked.
Probably. I mean, the opposite, right, of what happened.
Yeah, massive red dildos. Right now, the weekly has a silver cross. This previous week where we got a dip and then it got bought back up, it's tested exactly towards this 21 EMA on the silver cross. And this is like one of the most picture perfect setups you can see on the silver cross. We crossed, price went up, tested the 9, tested the 21, and then expansion. And just like on the 5-day, we're right at this 38.2%. So if we get a close over this, we're likely going to go up towards the 61.8 or this 78.6. So this resistance zone is 74.377, which is basically previous all-time highs. 61.8 right now is at basically $80,000, and the 78.6 is $87,000. Momentum has started pointing heavily to the upside, and we're about to enter into this bullish critical zone, and volatility is starting to support it too, which supports the idea of us going up towards that 78.6 at $87,000. Daily is currently over the median right now. The median did move up a lot from the last daily close. Right now, it's sitting at 73,134, also basically at previous all-time highs. If we close over this median, because our volatility is at such extreme lows, damn, my throat is itching.
Yeah.
Let me get a sip of this water.
Glug, 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 glug.
That reminds me of that show, Trailer Park Boys, where he goes saying, "Cheers, genitals."
You love that fucking show.
Oh yeah, it's so funny, so fucking funny. So because our volatility is so low on the daily, we got to close over the median. We're at least going to the 61.8. That $80,000 number once again. Go to Tether. Tether's probably breaking down.
Well, yeah. I mean,
it's like a picture perfect lower high right here on Tether, where we went up to this meme line and rejected it exactly, and now we're getting close below the 38.2, a retest and a rejection. While our momentum is about to enter into the bearish control zone, volatility is flipped up to support it. It really looks like Tether is about to get a collapse. And if the relationship holds true and it goes to the 100% like it did these previous times, all of these previous times, that brings Tether down 2.5%. We're currently at 5%. That's a 50% dump.
well, if you're looking at those insane Bitcoin prices, would make sense.
Yeah, that is literally a 50% dump. So if you were to apply that same percentage on Bitcoin to the upside, that puts us at what?
140.
Yeah. Crazy numbers. Quarterly is also putting in a picture perfect lower high, rejecting all of our major moving averages and then getting expansion towards the downside. Our volatility is starting to drop. It looks like once volatility expands, we're going to get a massive move to the downside. I'm getting at the very least like 3.58%. Weekly is also in the process of breaking down. We're about to lose this bottom 38.2%. Last time we've lost it was right here in February of 2024 when we went from $40,000 to $73,000.
Nice.
And we went to the 95% range on the HPDR. Right now, that is at 3.69%.
Quite classy.
This asset class is just a joke.
It's all a big meme.
$1.4 trillion. No, actually, that's just Bitcoin. The entire crypto market cap is worth close to, I believe, $3 trillion now.
Close to three. Yeah.
$3 trillion meme. Did you hear that sources say that Jamie Dimon will not be taking a position in the Trump administration?
Jamie Dimon is the owner of the world. Let us be clear.
Previously, sources said that he was considering being the Treasury Secretary. So which sources do I trust?
I don't trust any sources.
I got to hear from the man himself.
That's right.
The 5-year right now on Tether dominance is giving us a silver cross to the downside. Not only that, but all of our moving averages were bunched right next to each other when it happened. We retested them, rejected, and now we're getting expansion to the downside. This is one of the most powerful forms of the silver cross you can get. Whenever they're all right next to each other, bunched together, then they flip down, and they all flip down. Last time we've gotten a silver cross to the downside on Tether, right here, at October of 2023, right before we went from the 20s all the way up to $73,000.
God damn.
And not only that, but they were not even, they were pretty close to each other, but they were not anywhere near as close to each other as they are right now. And that ended up taking us to the 95% range on the HPDR. Right now, the 95% range is at 3.76%. And when from one day silver cross, let's see. That's basically the 100% range from one day silver cross. So if you look at what the 100% range is right now, 2.74%. You guys remember that 2.5% number?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Period T. 2 days well, silver cross to the downside with all of the moving averages bunched together. Expansion towards the downside. Now we're just finding support at this critical area right here, this 38.2%, which was the area we broke out right before Tether went on its rally in the summer, post-summer of 2024, right after Trump got shot. And then we topped at $70,000 and we went from 70s all the way down to like I believe 48 something, 48.6 or 48.5. So if we lose that 38.2%, we're likely gonna get a very, very aggressive move towards the downside. And as at this moment is the minimum move we should expect based on the 2-day, probably somewhere around, where's the previous dump that we got when we lost it? The 78.6 to the 95% on the extreme cases. So even the 78.6 puts us at 4.5%, which we probably get a little bit of bounce right there, like we're getting over here.
Mhm.
But it's most likely just going to be a mean reversion or a meme reversion. Probably, maybe the highest we could get is on that mean reversion is a retest of this moving a meme line. I would expect that to be a rejection and then end up coming back down towards this bottom meme line. Our momentum is supporting that too, with it flipping freshly down, about to cross into the bearish control zone. Volatility flipped up to support it, and the daily is looking real bad. Daily has been hugging this median basically in this 38.2% zone. Right now, it's losing the median, and our momentum is rejecting the bullish control zone, starting to flip down, and volatility is at extreme lows. So once it starts flipping up, it's going to support this move towards the downside very aggressively. And the last time the volatility started flipping up while momentum was to the downside, let's see, right over here, right in October of 2024, when it started, when Bitcoin initially started making its uptrend from the from 59K all the way up to I believe 70 or 69,000 before we got a little bit of rejection, and then blasted through previous all-time highs. That took us to about the 78.6%. 78.6% is right at that same 4.55, 4.6% number, where I think we're probably going to, or most likely going to get a mean reversion bounce. One thing I'm interested in looking at is at the momentum setups. They're most certainly firing off now.
Oh, for sure. Ding.
Ding. The 2-week setup is literally just about to fire off. It's at 12.78%. Once it hits 15%, the race is on to the upside. The last time this setup has ever fired off was in October of 2023.
We all know what happened.
Literally vertical.
The traditional Hamas setup.
The Hamas setup. We went up 186% last time that happened. Let's not put 186%. Let's do a rational and realistic 100%.
No, you're gonna have to go to 140.
Anyone on Wall Street would be like, "What are you smoking?" by hearing rational and 100% in the same sentence.
There it is.
$150,000. Very
insane.
round and nice number. Fibonacci on the floor. Go to the weekly. Weekly setup is probably already fired off. Yep. Weekly setup just started firing off, I believe, yesterday, and volatility started expanding very heavily. Now it's at 28%. Momentum is up as long as price is over $68,250. So let's apply the average move of around 35% from here and see what that gives us. About $94,000. Very nice. Very beautiful. 94,420. Great number.
Mm.
And 5-day is probably even stronger. Yep, 5 days even stronger on the setup. We're currently at 26.5% on volatility, and our momentum pivot is $65,400. Longest price is over 65,400. We have an 85% chance of a 35% move to the upside. Do that from here on the 5-day setup. 5-day setup is probably going to give us a higher target. About $98,000, just under 100K. That'd be very dirty to top out just under 100K.
Oh, that to me is the move. Like, if you really want to fuck people over, that's the way to go. I would if I was a market maker.
Yeah, I would love to see it go to like 98K and then nuke down to like 68,
Boom.
69.
Yep. Yeah, that'd be fucking beautiful.
And then the first thing I'm gonna do is turn on CNBC and see what see them try to shit on Bitcoin holders. Those retards at CNBC never learn. It's always the same pattern over and over again.
Well, they know what they're doing.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's probably true.
Yeah.
Oh, did you hear that Jim Cramer said that Kamala Harris was going to win the election? I mean,
Yeah, that was awesome.
You could have just went all in on Trump bet at that point.
I know. That was the indicator.
The inverse Cramer indicator never fails. The 2-day is about to currently flip back up with tapping the bullish critical zone, and the pivot is currently 74,388. So let's say $74,400. Last time we flipped up within the critical zone, let's see. I don't think we ever have. We've always just gotten kicked out of the critical zone. What does this retard want? Nope. Oh, right here. Right here. We did it here. And that was 143%. Not too bad. Over here, we went back into the critical zone.
What the fuck is Fibonacci doing?
I have no idea. What does he want? God, this guy is funny as fuck. He's singing us a song.
He is. What are you measuring? I'm sorry, I got lost.
From every time we entered into the bullish critical zone or held it.
Got it. 41%.
Minimum move of 41%. Highest move of 140%.
God damn.
So we apply 40% from here.
Basically 90 grand, 95. Oh no, 105.
105. Eesh.
Sorry about my low estimate.
Why so bearish, sir?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Kathy Wood says we're going to $1 million tomorrow.
Oh, that's it. We got to sell. We got to sell instantly.
We just got to wait to see what George says.
We're going to 8 million for Bitcoin. You know that.
Today.
Exactly by the end of the day.
End of day. Why so bearish? Within the next 4 hours. Daily is also giving us a setup, expanding volatility 34%. Daily is about to flip back up as long if the price is over 74,915. I'm a little dyslexic, my bad. Not only that, but there's some divergence right here, where we are lower on the momentum than we were in some other areas, but we have higher lows. That's giving us a little bit of hidden bullish divergence, which should. Let's see. We don't really have any easy targets on here because the stochastic momentum doesn't give you those numbers, and we're currently at all-time highs. So it's going to be a little bit hard to get a target off of that. But I guess we could just get like a rough guess. That would put us somewhere around $79,000 to $80,000. And this is probably flipping down. Yep. Currently, this is Tether dominance on quarterly. It's flipped to the downside and very heavily towards the downside. The pivot is 7.82%. We're at 4.97%. It would have to go up. It would have to go up about almost 60% to flip momentum back up on the quarterly.
So doable.
Oh yeah, that'll happen today.
Mm-hmm. 4
Time
hours.
to go short. Also, something else I can't help but notice.
What? The head and
Shoulder.
shoulders.
Yep.
And that's on what? On a 3-month? The monthly probably has it.
Be conservative and plot right there. This might be a negative number. Fuck.
Yeah, you're at minus 1% dominance.
Tether is going to negative 1.6%. They're going to pay you the Tether.
It's going to be like the oil crisis.
Get some Tether. Here's your Tether.
Here's your Tether. Can you hold this Tether for me?
Just hold my Tether, bro. Please hold my Tether.
I beg you. Here's some money.
You see that Zelensky congratulated Trump? Bro's like,
yeah,
just another $400 billion, please, bro. Please, just one more time, bro.
Is there any way I can get just more money? Come on. Come on.
Hey, but and also thankfully for our portfolios, Auntie Nancy Pelosi has won re-election.
I saw. Now we can continue to copy the best trades. Forget about Elite Trading Academy. Just go to nancypelosiportfolio.com.
The greatest trader our generation has ever seen.
That's right.
Jesse Livermore? Gifted. Who the fuck is that?
Nah, she's so gifted.
Weekly is firing off a setup where we drop below the 15%, expanding volatility over the moving average too. And currently momentum is down as long as it's below 5.56%. So the last time we fired a weekly set off to the downside was right here, where volatility started expanding and momentum was flipped to the downside. We dropped almost 42%. So let's apply that from here, and we'll be conservative and fair and starting from the top.
$3.2.
Nice.
3.12.
Very, very nice. 5-day pivot currently down as long as we're below 5%. Daily is going to be massively down, and we have a setup from 2 periods of expanding volatility. Daily is currently rejecting the bullish control zone, and the pivot is 5.22%. So let's see. Beautiful. You guys remember that with 2.5% number? Exactly.
Yeah, it keeps coming up. Yeah.
The 4-hour came back, retested this meme line perfectly, and it's bouncing. We're not seeing any signs of this rally slowing down. The 4-hour is at 4 periods of 100% volatility, though. So once this moving average does catch up to the volatility, it's currently 86.75. I would expect to see some type of mean reversion. Right now, the 4-hour pivot is 72,500. So we should still see some continuation from here statistically, and also 4 hours freshly silver crossed. If we do get a pullback while momentum is pointed up, I would look at the 9 EMA as an easy target, and the stop loss would be any close below the 21. So yeah, basically on the high time frames, low time frames, I'm not seeing any type of rejection just yet, or or a serious pullback to consider. It's looking like we're going to continue, and we're going to keep making a couple new all-time highs for the next few weeks at least, while these setups play out. And then the 2-week setup is on the verge of firing off. So once that fires off, that's going to take us easily into the 100Ks in my IMO. But that's going to take like 2 or 3 months for that to play out. Actually, longer than that. Because it was November, December, January, February, March. It's going to take probably about 4 to 5 months to play out.
Yeah.
And that puts us around spring of next year.
Which makes sense. It's kind of like exactly like the 2021 thing.
Yep. It's crazy how all of these patterns hold together, and it usually just plays out like it did every single time. People like, this time is not going to be the same. It is the same.
But it is. It always is. Fuck. Rivian's next, but I'll do this. Ok, estamos viendo Bitcoin en la diaria, los voy a poner rápido en la trimestral. Obviamente quiero que sepan en la trimestral y pongo la de 3 días. Felicidades, Alejandro. Felicidades. Lo que quiero que todos estemos acá y que sepamos es, estamos en altos históricos y estamos justamente poniendo ese tipo de velas. Ahorita todo se trata de precio y descubrimiento de precio. Descubrimiento de precio y usamos nosotros indicadores de momentum y volatilidad. Con eso podemos ver hasta dónde el movimiento puede ser ahora sí que puede darse o puede detenerse y dónde están los obstáculos del movimiento. Eso es lo que es el HPDR y nos da rangos de esos movimientos en todas las temporalidades, además de setups con volatilidad y momentum, ¿ok? Entonces, cuando vemos eso, podemos poner niveles basado en eso, pero literalmente estamos descubriendo precio y solamente son estadísticas con y probabilidades. Es lo único que están viendo. Pero bueno, sin más cuento, tenemos a Bitcoin en la trimestral justamente acá y lo pueden ver bastante saludable por encima de la 9 del 21. Estamos en 74,438 y falta un mes, 26 días para cerrar esta vela. Queremos definitivamente cerrar encima del 77. 73,712, que ese fue el alto histórico de antes. Podemos aguantar acá y podremos empezar a ver más progresión en el movimiento. Aquí todavía no tenemos un setup de nada, ahora sí que está expandiéndose y continúa, da continuación al movimiento que estás viendo justamente acá, que es altos históricos. Vámonos a la mensual. La mensual es una de las gráficas que más me gusta en Bitcoin. Aquí, para todos los que estemos aprendiendo, pudimos ver esta consolidación, que de nuevo, esto es el tradicional cup and handle y justamente estás empezando a tener el breakout en esta zona. Esto es donde estás viendo la parte alta de la consolidación de precio y la parte baja, creando estos altos más bajos y bajos más bajos, pero cuando lo estás haciendo de esta forma después de subir, eso es una bandera alcista para todo el mundo que está apenas aprendiendo. Esto es una bandera alcista. Entonces, lo que normalmente sigue de esto y que te da más probabilidad es continuación del movimiento y eso sería a la alza porque es justamente lo que ha hecho hasta ahora el movimiento. Y en nuestros setups para ver volatilidad y momentum, aquí la volatilidad se está reseteando para volver a seguir empujando. Recuerda, estás viendo un gráfico mensual. Si estás viendo un gráfico mensual, esto va a empezar a afectar al precio entre 4 a 6 meses, básicamente. Así que ténganlo muy en mente. Vale, continuamos. En la de 2 semanas es donde empezamos a ver los setups interesantes, donde nos está contando una historia buena Bitcoin. Pueden ver que tuvimos esta vela de indecisión acá, que nos jugó bastante limpio, ni siquiera fue a tocar la 9, muy interesante, y continuó para arriba. Estás muy por encima de todos tus promedios y ahora estás teniendo el primer breakout, que fue este, y ahora el segundo, que es esta línea. Este primero es la resistencia que tenías antes, este segundo es simplemente la de altos históricos. Este fue el originario del movimiento. En este setup de 2 días, de 2 semanas, puedes ver que la volatilidad, justamente como acá, está en 0. Y acá también, que tuviste periodos de 0 volatilidad, básicamente los mismos, y de acá la volatilidad empezó a arrancar para arriba, acá todavía no lo hace. Cuando esto se dé para arriba, va a dar continuación a la expansión de precio y eso nos va a llevar ahorita les voy a decir todos los objetivos, pero obviamente todo esto continúa y los objetivos ranguean dependiendo la temporalidad y dónde estés viendo, entre los 78,000, después los 82,000, después los 88,000 y después los 92,000, después los 98,000 y después los 104,000. Se los juro por mi vida, es tal cual lo que estamos viendo. No estoy diciendo que el precio garantizado va a llegar a todos esos, pero estamos viendo, esos son los siguientes objetivos, donde estamos de acuerdo a nuestros indicadores, viendo dónde podría haber rechazos, dónde va a haber, dónde hay objetivos, etcétera. Ahora, una vez más, necesitas que la volatilidad empiece a expandir acá, pero la última vez que te dio ese movimiento fue acá. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó en la última vez que te dio ese movimiento donde la volatilidad expandió arriba del 15%? Es justamente acá. Y eso te dio un zampompazo de cuánto la última vez. Vamos a empezar en esta vela. De 88%. Este fue el setup de jamás. Este es el setup explosivo que va a la alza. Y ahora estás teniendo otro básicamente, justamente, probablemente se vaya a dar por acá, en esta de acá. Y este de nuevo es un setup de 2 semanas que va a tardar 3, 4, 5 meses en pegar, porque las temporalidades no son instantáneas. Vamos a la semanal. En la semanal estamos viendo un poco de esa expansión de volatilidad después de la volatilidad siendo muteada. Y esta expansión de volatilidad nos dice que está apoyando el movimiento del precio. El precio va para arriba. Eso quiere decir que va a haber continuación del mismo movimiento para arriba. Ahora, pueden haber correcciones, definitivamente. Nadie está diciendo que no. Pero por ahora mínimo todo pinta que va para arriba en estos indicadores. También en el de 5 días hay un buen setup instantáneamente. Aquí lo pueden ver como la volatilidad está expandiendo junto con el movimiento, lo que nos dice que hay todavía continuación de este movimiento alcista y no hay nada que se esté acabando. Vamos rápidamente a la diaria, donde la volatilidad sigue expandiéndose después de un periodo de nula volatilidad, continúa junto con el movimiento a la alza. Eso te dice que hay continuación hasta en la diaria. Cuando volteamos una vez más de ver todo esto, lo único que les digo es que nuestros objetivos de precio están aquí arriba. Estás viendo 70 y, bueno, en realidad es 76 primero, luego 78, luego 82, luego 88, luego 92, 98, más o menos por ahí va la cosa. Pero de nuevo, tienes que ver y tienes que asegurarte que la volatilidad esté acompañando al movimiento y que va a haber continuación de estos movimientos antes de que te metan el nepe por atrás cuando cuando no lo estés esperando. Pero cuando volteamos a ver la tabla de USDT, que recuerden, esta es la dominancia de Tether, la dominancia de Tether va completamente relacionada en contrario al precio de Bitcoin. Esto quiere decir que si tienes un breakdown como el que estamos viviendo en este momento con esta vela, lo pueden ver acá, como intentamos retomar esta línea meme que viene desde cuándo. Esta es la diaria, así que no tanto. De marzo del 2024, en una tendencia alcista, la rompimos a la baja. Rompes la tendencia a la baja, la vuelves a retomar, lo vuelves a romper. Tienes un SFP justamente aquí bajista, porque esto es un fake out de que no voy a volver a subir, pero palo, y tienes la contracción del mismo. En Tether, en todas las temporalidades, básicamente nos está dando objetivos a la baja, lo contrario de Bitcoin, que es bueno porque nos da la correlación de que estamos viendo todo esto bien y estamos poniendo atención a las cosas que debemos. Puedes ver cómo la volatilidad se está contrayendo en lo que el precio continúa yendo. En la semanal donde está parado esto, vamos a ver. La volatilidad empieza a expandir en la semanal cuando el precio está bajando. Lo que va a empujar el precio aún más para abajo es básicamente el mismo setup que tiene Bitcoin, pero al revés. Vamos a ver. Acá Bitcoin en CME es el que estaba potente. Bitcoin en CME empieza a expandir volatilidad. Lo puedes ver justamente acá y empieza a subir. Esto es en un gráfico semanal. Vamos a poner el de 5 días. Puedes ver cómo venimos de periodos de volatilidad nula y luego tienes la expansión junto con el movimiento del precio para arriba. Todo esto se ve muy bien, muy, muy alcista, es el sueño de todos. Y recuerden, a todo el mundo nos encanta Bitcoin, lo estamos tradeando. Vayan también en el Discord que estamos mandando señales para todo el mundo. Nos han comentado acá y se los agradezco de corazón a los miembros del E-Trading Academy diciéndonos que han hecho su dinero solamente con lo de las señales. Se aprecia muchísimo. Gracias por el apoyo y qué bueno que les esté yendo bien. Y yo creo que lo importante acá es simplemente seguir todo de acuerdo al plan. No salirte del plan. Cada que te sales del plan, cometemos errores.
Is it cool if I run to the restroom real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. No te quieres salir del plan, no quieres cometer errores, no quieres hacer nada de eso. Simplemente seguir tus objetivos y lo que estás buscando. Asegúrate de saber dónde están tus invalidaciones, dónde están tus puntos pivotes, etcétera. Por acá estás viendo, de acuerdo a estadísticas para todo el mundo que se pregunte, lo que tienes acá en este setup diario de Bitcoin en CME te está diciendo que en la de 4 horas está, me parece que agotado. Exactamente, el movimiento ha sido completamente agotado. Todavía sigue expandiendo a la alza, pero está probablemente exhausto. Y ahora, eso quiere decir que probablemente las probabilidades favorecen a que vayamos a donde está el promedio de las 9. El promedio de las 9 en esta tabla, para que lo puedan ver más de cerca, está en el 72,937. Esto sería una oportunidad de entrada en un long y tu oportunidad de salida, ahora sí que romper a la baja el 71,570. Ahí sería una invalidación de ese trade, pero por ahora es el que vemos. A intentar sortear es imposible saber. Puedes sortear extremos. Digo, Bitcoin ha llegado a 76,165. Si vuelve a llegar ahí, puede que te salga, pero todo el momentum y la expansión de volatilidad va hacia arriba y probablemente te va a llevar entre las patas, para que lo tengan en mente. Ahora, vamos a ir a Rivian en lo que viene el buen Farhan de vuelta. Voy a poner la tabla porque estamos viendo que Rivian tuvo un breakdown, lo pueden ver todos ustedes acá. Y todo el mundo está preguntando por qué, ¿no? Porque vimos cómo literalmente Tesla está teniendo un día de 20%, donde Elon está haciendo un varo potente, y la gente se pregunta acá de Rivian qué es lo que está pasando. Esto es obviamente solamente mi opinión, no soy un experto en absolutamente nada, pero les digo esto. La razón por la que Rivian está cayendo es una, recuerden que vienen sus resultados mañana. Esa es una. Dos, cuando Elon sale a hablar, a decir que, bueno, ahora que va a ser básicamente el presidente de Estados Unidos, a quien le guste o a quien no, lo que están viviendo en este sector, el sector de automóviles, van a sufrir muchísimo si de verdad quitan los incentivos de los coches eléctricos. Y yo sé que todo el mundo pensaría que Tesla también, pero a Tesla no le va a ir mal. O sea, no puedes comparar absolutamente. Los demás están en pérdidas. Tesla solamente disminuiría sus márgenes, reduciría sus márgenes. Y acá es, yo creo que lo que estamos viendo con Rivian. Un poco esa incertidumbre de qué exactamente va a pasar y sobre todo ahora que Elon está en el gobierno o es dueño del gobierno, ¿qué va a hacer contra las demás empresas? Y yo creo que ese miedo es lo que se está permeando en el mercado y pueden ver que aquí se está dando un movimiento bastante peligroso. La volatilidad en la diaria ha estado nula y está empezando a expander. Y cuando está empezando a expander, todavía no lo hace. Tu setup no confirma hasta el 15%. Una vez que la volatilidad cruce esto y si sigue este movimiento para abajo, esto va a dar continuación a un movimiento mucho, mucho más abajo. Ahorita que llegue Farhan lo vamos a analizar con él, pero ese es en la diaria. Vamos a ver rápidamente la semanal que nos cuenta. Semanal se ve mal, ve la topera también. Tienes la volatilidad expandiendo y aguantando en este movimiento. No se ve bien a más largo plazo. Vamos a ver la de 5 días. Déjenme elimino esta línea. La de 5 días, nada. Ahí estás. Alrighty.
All right, I've returned.
Ready, sir.
All right.
Show me the goods.
I'm actually very surprised to see this and I didn't think of that until you made that point about car companies going down, because I was like, if Tesla's going up, then Rivian has to be going up too, right? But apparently not.
No, yeah. It's a big. There's so many huge things that Elon has said that kind of like no one is accounting for, which I find really interesting because he's saying a lot, and everyone is like, yeah, whatever. Like it doesn't mean anything, and I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, he straight up told us that there's going to be some pain.
That's what I'm saying.
And nobody's really paying attention to that. He's like, yeah, we're going to cut government spending and there's going to be some pain.
Mm-hmm. Get it, son. I'm going to take a piss too.
All right, so the monthly right now is getting a rejection from the 9 EMA and it's continuing downwards to the top of this 38.2% zone. And that would be a brush up against our previous all-time lows. And if it gets any type of close below this, the previous all-time lows, or the blue, which is also the blue 38.2% zone, our probabilities become of first touching the median, and then that's going to be your last hopium zone for a bounce, or else it's going to go to the bottom 38.2% zone. Right now, the median sits at $6.19, which I don't know if it's going to bounce there, to be honest. This is going to be the last hopium area for it to bounce, but the statistical probabilities are coming down to the bottom 38.2% zone. That number is quite low. It's at $4.43, and that's where I think we'll probably find our next local bottom. Just below that $5 area, end up making a local macro bottom there, and we're same thing that'll happen as what happened here, where everybody's like, oh, they're gonna go bankrupt, they're gonna go out of what do you call business, and they're gonna fail, and they can't get any cash. Elon's probably gonna come out and say that they're gonna go bankrupt, and then from there is probably where we put our God candle straight up towards somewhere around like maybe even this top 38.2% at $8 and close over these previous all-time lows. That would be quite the move. That would be an insane move if we end up tapping just below $5 and close above these previous all-time lows. Right now, what's telling us on the opposite side is that our momentum is pointed up, while volatility is pointed up too. What's likely going to happen is if we keep closing like this and we close below this previous candle's low, which is $9.82, which we are below right now, volatility is going to start expanding to the downside. And that's going to make this move significantly more likely of coming down below $5.
God damn it.
Weekly
How
is
can
getting,
that be, though? That means the company's going to be worth like $30. I should buy Rivian.
yeah, so I would be surprised if somebody doesn't buy it if it goes down to $5.
Yeah, I agree. Like
Apple is
Apple can't.
literally, they're
Exactly.
literally retarded if they don't buy it.
Yes. There's no better way of saying it.
The weekly is currently rejecting the median. So right now our statistical target is going to be this 38.2%, $8.88, right next to our previous all-time lows. And we're at extreme lows on volatility. So it's probably going to go lower than that. Probably going to touch the 61.8, which right now is even below our previous all-time lows at $8.16. If that happens, the monthly scenario is going to play out and we're going to go to $5. 2-day right now is at basically support, just about to brush up against the median. Median's at $9.61. If we lose that, though, the probabilities become very high that we're going to go down to the 78.6. And what also supports that is that volatility is at extreme lows, while momentum is starting to go down as well, flip down as well. Volatility is almost at 0%. Like we just had a little flare right there, 0%. And momentum is fully reset.
Just wait till you see the daily.
Oh, yeah. And that 78.6 is below our current all-time lows at $7.55. God, that looks so bad. we're about to lose the blue 38.2% zone, which we haven't lost since September of 2024. And when we lost it, we got a very nice dump. We dumped all the way towards even lower than the 95%. A little bit below the 95% where it was when we lost it. So right now that it's taking us below our previous, below $8 basically. This is looking like dog shit, no matter which way you look at it. Let's look at the momentum chart.
Exactly. That's where the sauce is hiding. On the daily, though. Oof. Continues to break down. I think it's just going to, take the lows right now.
Right now, monthly volatility is starting to shift back up, and the pivot is very heavily down as long as price is below $11.85. Plus, it's going to reject getting out of the bearish critical zone and flip right back into the bearish critical zone. So once that happens, we should be expecting a very significant dump towards the downside. Plus, just look at the candles.
I was going to say, just look at the chart, dude.
This 9 EMA is this thing's biggest enemy.
He fucking hates the price. He's rejecting it like a bad father.
The Rivian stock wants to hire a cartel hit on this 9 EMA.
That's.
I got to be careful with that type of language.
Exactly, especially in Mexico.
Well, they'll order one after me.
Mm-hmm.
Like you see that retard looking at green and red candles? Yeah, just pop them.
No. I don't talk about them. I don't say anything. I just enjoy them.
Volatility on the weekly it's just about to flip up. It's brushing right up against this moving average. And if we cross that moving average, then that's going to confirm volatility expansion. And we're probably going to get another significant move to the right now. Momentum is down. So as long as we're below $10.14. So that puts statistically that expensive move towards the downside. And we've already gotten a pretty aggressive move down, and volatility was just contracting during that. So if we start expanding volatility once momentum is down, like how much of a dump are we going to get? We're currently almost 50% down while volatility was just contracting. Five days down below $10. Volatility is about to start expanding again. 2-day, 4 periods of zero volatility, and it's going to be down as long as momentum is going to be down as long as price is below $9.86. that's also going to be a rejection of getting out of the bearish critical zone. So once that starts expanding, last time we had 3 periods of zero volatility, and then we dumped. We were within the bearish critical zone. We dumped. Just almost 32%. Not too bad. And we only had 3 periods of zero volatility.
Yeah, now you have more. And on the daily, baby.
God.
There you go. There
1,
you go.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days of zero volatility. Now we're getting expansion. We're at 9.92%. We're very, very close to confirming a volatility expansion. Let's draw a line here at the 15. Oh, well, I can't get it exact.
Yeah, never get it exact.
Once we get over that, this is going to be a confirmed setup, and momentum is down as long as price is below $10.24. So we're going to get a pretty aggressive move. This time we only had 1 period of zero volatility, and we went down.
Yeah, kind of like the chart's kind of telling you that he's going to go bankrupt to zero.
Yeah, that's literally what it's saying. I wonder how long it'll be before Elon comes out and says they'll go bankrupt again. About 30% to the downside since we got 1 period of volatility expansion. Let's draw.
Where would that put us right now?
It's probably going to, this is a little conservative because volatility has not started expanding yet. So once it starts expanding, price is probably going to be lower than where I started from. So we're probably going to get a lower number than what we're seeing now.
I see what you're saying.
That is somewhere around $6.69. Beautiful.
I'm going to put my limit orders there.
$6.69. I'll start from somewhere else. Close this. You get a more of a short-term number. Let's do this one. What do you know? Remember $6.69? $6.62.
Whoa.
Wow, that 4 hours, absolutely disgusting. We tried to reclaim this 21 and 9 EMA, tapped it 55, tried to front ran it again, made it a lower high, and then nuke. And now we're getting an expansion on volatility on 4 hour 2. We're at 27%. Its momentum is down as long as it's below $9.88. So from the low time frames all the way to the high time frames, it looks like every single one is breaking down, and we're probably going to settle somewhere around $5, to be honest. And that's being
crazy.
That's throwing maximum opium in there that it doesn't go bankrupt.
How? Yeah, I mean the question is how, but it's not going to listen. I know one thing, the brand is just worth too much money for it to go bankrupt, which is why it's a big opportunity in my view. Now, a lot of people, I should not recommend them hunt for this bottom. I will do it and I will conquer it again. Did it before, like Diddy said it. I'll do it again. By the way, waking up in the morning feeling like P. Diddy. That has a brand new meaning everywhere.
Hey, but she did say that she brushes her teeth with a bottle of Jack in the morning.
She has to. She has to. Okay. Solana, Solamis. Luis is asking for the Solamis. All right, let me do the Rivian thing. Vale, pues. Estamos viendo Rivian. Qué fea tabla. Qué fea tabla. De verdad que qué fea tabla. Pueden ver la trimestral como ha estado cayendo y básicamente venimos en contra de esta resistencia. Y se acuerdan que platicamos de que estos triángulos se rompen cuando llegas al apex. Adivina qué está en el apex. Y normalmente el movimiento es cuando se da. Llegamos al apex, que es el final del triángulo, y el movimiento se está dando a la baja. Esto es lo primero que tenemos que notar en análisis técnico y estas son velas de 3 meses. Tienes una vela topera justamente acá, creando altos más bajos. Tenías este bajo y ahora muy probablemente vas a ir a barrer ese bajo. Muy muy probablemente. Ni siquiera va a estar cerca. Déjenme ver si hay... no, no hay nada en la trimestral porque el precio es muy nuevo. Ahora, puedes ver que la volatilidad ha estado cayendo junto con el precio. Eso nos dice que va a haber continuación de esto y esto es la mensual. El precio de Rivian en este momento está en 9.64. Los puntos pivotes, interesantemente, no están tan altos. Están por acá de los 10.80 a los 11.20 más o menos, pero eso lo pone por acá arriba. Entonces, está bastante lejos de ellos, por lo que para que esto cambie de dirección va a tomar bastante fuerza. Ahí lo tienen en la mensual. Voy a poner rápido la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas pueden ver que es un poco de la misma historia, volatilidad contrayéndose en lo que el precio va para abajo. Esto quiere decir que va a continuar, hay continuación en esto. Y estamos en 9.64, buscando más, abajo el 9, abajo el 21 y continúa la caída. Vamos a ver en la semanal. Poco de lo mismo, tuvimos este SFP, claramente fue un rechazo y ahora vamos a buscar nuevos mínimos por acá. Zonas importantes y críticas. Definitivamente, para que todo esto no tome cargo, queremos cerrar arriba de los 9.80 el día de hoy. Va a estar difícil, pero queremos cerrar arriba de los 9.80 para que no sea tan dramático esto todavía. Zonas importantes, 9.14 es tu primera zona importante, tu siguiente zona importante son 8.57 y después tu mínimo en 8.28. En la temporalidad diaria es donde se ve, bueno, en la de 2 días. En la de 2 días puedes ver cómo hemos tenido volatilidad nula y estamos literalmente en cero en lo que el precio está cayendo. Eso no es nada bueno para nada. En lo que se refiere, en la peor tabla de todas, la diaria. La diaria, dejen que popule, pueden ver todos los periodos de no volatilidad que ha habido y la volatilidad empieza a expandirse. Y ahora, el setup va a ser válido una vez que la volatilidad llegue al 15%. Una vez que supere el 15%, esto va a expandir y va a hacerlo con fuerza hacia la baja. De nuevo, Rivian tiene resultados el jueves. Niveles a ver. Obviamente, lo primero que quieres romper a la alza son los 10.60, que es esto, pero quieres llevarte este tope en los 11.13. Antes de poder ver eso, antes de que veas eso, no existe una posibilidad de un long en nada. Tal vez el precio de Rivian vaya a buscar tantito por acá de la 9 y continuar, pero lo que vemos en toda esta tabla, en todas las temporalidades, es continuación hacia la baja. Objetivos, objetivos realistas a medio plazo están por ahí de los $6, $5. Es tal cual lo que estamos viendo con Rivian. Y ahora, no tiene mucho sentido para mí porque eso lo pone muy barato. Alguien va a tener que venir a comprarlos. Algo va a pasar acá porque, y de nuevo, si yo estuviera viendo este gráfico, por ejemplo, y no conozco la empresa, yo diría que esto se va a ir a cero. Pero mi único hopium en esta jugada es que entiendo lo que cuesta y lo que vale su marca. Por lo que personalmente creo que es imposible que vayan a la bancarrota y voy a volver a comprar el fondo. Ya lo hice una vez, lo voy a hacer otra vez, se los prometo. Pero tiene que empezar tiene que darse el movimiento para empezar antes de empezar a considerarlo. Y ahí lo tienen. Rivian no pinta bien. Y de nuevo, no porque a Tesla le va a ir muy bien, a toda la industria de los coches le va a ir bien. No, en realidad tienen políticas Elon y Donald Trump que afectarían a todas las marcas de coches menos a ellos por el ritmo al que se metieron en producir. Se los he dicho 1.000.000 de veces, 1.000.000 de veces. Saben que esto me encanta y es un tema que sigo con muchísimo interés y desde cerca. Así que atentos por acá. Rivian no pinta nada bien y este breakdown, esperemos sea solamente un engaño, pero puede que esto nos lleve a esos objetivos ahí abajo que hemos visto por un rato. Pero bueno, pues ahí lo tienen. Vamos a Solamis, como lo pidió Luis. Perdón, Luis, te andamos viendo, nada más lo saltamos, discúlpame. Fuiste el segundo en ponerlo. Brian, también ya vimos Bitcoin. Abu, could you see Twitter X? Twitter no es público, Abu. Asael, ya pusimos Solana. Buenos días, Asael. Y Héctor, te checamos Ethereum después de Solamis. Alrighty, ready, sir. With Solamis. Salami's had a fucking mega pump.
I actually found out why Fibonacci was meowing so much. Couldn't get up to see, and apparently Alex heard in his room when he came down to check. He was stuck behind the fridge.
Well, no wonder why he was making such a fucking insane amount of noise. Now that makes sense.
Half his body was stuck behind the fridge.
Oh, poor guy.
This guy Alex thought that I got annoyed by him and put him in the freezer. Imagine if I did that.
Oh my God. Well, you are a Trump guy, so yeah, I wouldn't surprise me. You kill babies.
We're just pieces of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Eating the cats, eating the dogs. Let me start with the monthly. Or do I want to do the quarterly? Yeah, fuck it. We'll do the quarterly. So right now on Solana on the quarterly, this move down that we got where we retested this 5 EMA kind of front ran this 38.2%. It didn't go anywhere near it. On the April correction, whenever the Iran attacked Israel, we got a perfect correction towards this top 38.2%. Just as we're getting now, we got a correction down to this top 38.2%, and then we're getting expansion towards the upside. While our volatility is starting to fully reset too. Volatility is at 60% at this moment. So if we get any close over $193.98, let's say $194, volatility is going to start expanding towards the upside, and this thing is going to very likely hit somewhere higher than the 100% because that's usually what it does. And right now, the 100% is $466. I don't know if you guys remember, a couple of weeks ago, we were looking at a different HBDR chart on Solana, and we got a number of around $500.
Yeah, it was insane.
466. Weekly at the moment, it's bouncing off the bottom 38.2%. We're getting momentum starting to flip to the upside, and volatility is at literally 0%. At an absolute minimum, if momentum continues as it is, and it breaks towards the positive area, we're going to get a move to the top 38.2%. But we're likely going to go higher because this thing likes to go a lot higher than 38.2%. It likes to go at least towards the 61.8, if not the 100%, like it did on its first cycle at top. Right now, the 38.2%, which is the minimum target, puts us at $546.
Get the fuck out of here.
The 61.8, which we topped out around March of this year when Bitcoin made its previous all-time highs, is at $752. And if we top in the same area that we topped in the previous cycle, the 2021 cycle, that puts us solidly over $2,700, closer to $3,000. Good Lord.
Can you imagine?
Solana I can't even imagine $1,000 Solana, but imagine
$1,000 Solana. Just think about that. How ridiculous that sounds.
And imagine that you could have bought it for $8. That's insane.
Mm-hmm.
$8 to $1,000. That's more than 100x.
Yeah.
No,
that's insanity.
Yeah, no leverage. Imagine telling somebody in traditional markets that you made a 100x on some shit coin in like 2 years.
By the way, Joe, speaking of shit coins, Joe Biden, he's finished 31% down right now.
Oh, really? It's going down now that Biden's leaving the White House? I'm shocked.
But is he leaving, or is he just going to be there walking around and sleeping in different rooms without knowing where he is?
Yeah, he's going to get lost. He's like, Mr. President, you lost the election 2 years ago.
Oh, no, what are you doing here?
You resigned 2 years ago. I've been having such a good time going back today, going through all the posts of everybody who were so certain that Trump was going to lose the election.
Yeah, insanity.
You remember that one retard who I have not been getting along with? He bet me $10,000 that Trump was going to lose the election.
Hopefully he's got the cash.
Sir, pay up, please.
Yes, that'd be nice.
He only suggested that because he thought the number would intimidate me. But on the weekly, we're brushing up against the top 38.2%. Mm-hmm. This is considered the breakout zone. Every single time we close above it, it goes significantly vertically. Like we did it right here in October of 2023, and after we closed above it, we went up another 623%. Not too bad.
That's at 196.
That is at 196.28. We close above that. we're going to get some serious expansion to the upside. And at a minimum, we're going to hit, what that we hit? Somewhere around the 95% range. God, the number is so high. $619.55. Especially with how low volatility we're working with, I could see that happening. We were, where were we on volatility? We were even higher on volatility at that point when we did that 600% move than we are now. 5 days already there. 5 days already above the 38.2%. And momentum is pointed, just about to enter the bullish control zone, and volatility is flipped up to support it. The jewel is about to get the pink crossing over the yellow too, and we're entering the bullish control zone.
So it'll go through that?
Sorry?
Statistically speaking, it'll go through that and go to the 61.8.
Yeah, so because volatility and momentum are both pointed up, it's probably going to go at least to the 61.8, but likely higher to the 78.6. So 61.8 puts us at a retest of, basically a retest of previous all-time highs at 226. And this, which I think we probably will, most likely will get some reaction around, like Bitcoin did at 69.5s and 73K, where we got a little bit of rejection before we ended up blasting through it. We might get a little bit of rejection, a little bit of a pullback, and then from there we're probably going to get a very aggressive God candle towards 78.6, which is just under $300, which is another very round psychological number, which I expect some reaction around as well.
Same. 300 has been talked about for so long in the Salami community.
It's like Chief Keef, where he goes, "You're 16 years old?" "No, I'm not 16. How old are you?" "I'm 300. I'm sorry, I'm retarded. So the 2-day right now is at just a good amount over the median, about $7 over the median right now, while volatility is expanding from extreme lows. So if we do close over the median, we're likely going to go up somewhere around the 78.6, and that is also at just around previous all-time highs at $254.50.
And the median is 178.12.
Yeah. Daily is brushing up against that breakout zone, this top 38.2%, while we're maintaining the silver cross, bouncing off of this 55 EMA. Volatility is at extreme lows. Momentum is breaking out too. And the jewel is starting to flip around and reject getting into the bearish control zone. Did it go lower? Let's see. Like, there's no divergence though. What is this? Oh, there we go. That would put us at the 78.6 on the first target. That is $218.60. So very close to that 227 number from before. Check the momentum chart. Solana also did confirm on yesterday's daily closure 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence.
Holy ballsack. On the daily closure, you said, yeah.
Yeah. So Solana right now is about to reject getting out of the bullish control zone and flip right back into the bullish critical zone, as long as price is above $158.61. And last time we've entered the critical zone, we moved up about 126% from there. So this is going to be a conservative target because we still have not entered the critical zone. It's going to be from higher than it is here. But from here, we do 120%. $400, $410. Damn, if only it was $10 more. $420.
I know. So I'm sure it'll go there because it's Salamis. Salamis is the most meme friendly. Yeah. Crypto.
Go up a little bit higher and hit 420. Maybe 420.69.
69. It will. Just watch it. That'll be the top.
Right now,
I'm calling it right now.
No 500 for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be funny if 500 is a trap, like 300 was a trap in 2021.
That's right.
Volatility is starting to flip back up, and it's getting confirmation now. We're at 15.84% in volatility from extreme lows, and we have a setup to the upside where momentum is up as long as price is over $151.50. See, the last time we flipped up and got volatility expansion, it has not happened since October 2023, the Hamas setup.
It's the Hamas setup, dude. Just keeps coming up. It's explosive.
904%. Holy fucking. And then we would also re-enter the critical zone too. So that on itself gives us a very aggressive move to the upside. 5 days getting us confirmed setup, 20.24%. Entering the critical zone. Last time was in February of 2024. We moved up, and the time before that was the Hamas setup. We moved up 113%. Come on. 2 days getting a fresh silver cross right here. We retested that 21. We're about to, on the 2-day momentum, re-enter the critical zone as long as price is above 184.90. So let's say 185. Last time we entered the critical zone on the 2-day was right here on this move in July 2024. We did. Before we mega dumped after Trump got shot, we did 24% to the upside. I think we got a little bit of a move up, hit 70K when Trump got shot, and then nope, rejection, mega nuke.
What a weird fucking thing to say.
It just came to my mind, sorry.
No, not you. The fact that they literally shot Donald Trump and he's still around.
It's also kind of weird that came to mind too. So
yeah, well, also, but that doesn't surprise me as much as the other one.
So that same move that we got last time puts us right back around that 227 number that we just looked at on the HPDR. Whenever you get these numbers that coincide with multiple different indicators, it usually means that's a significant number.
Yeah.
Daily is going to flip back up and reject the bearish control zone as long as price is over $171. And we're getting a setup where we're expanding from extreme lows on volatility. Last time we rejected the bearish control zone was right over here. We went to extreme lows on volatility. We moved up about 35%. That puts us roughly at previous all-time highs if we were to move up 35% from here. 4 hour, it's kind of telling me that we might get some type of mean reversion pullback soon because we're getting consolidation right here while volatility is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 periods of extremes at 100%, and the moving average is also at 100%. So that tells me that whenever we close below the stochastic momentum pivot, that's when we should expect our consolidation / pullback. And we can see it anywhere between this 9 EMA to this 21 EMA, and it would still consider to be very bullish, and it would just hold the silver cross before we spring up to the upside again. But as long as we're over this number, that pullback idea is just an idea, and we're still going to continue because volatility can stay at 100% for a very long time. Yeah. It's the famous phrase: the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Same, yeah. And shit can stay oversold for a very long time before it goes down.
Yeah. That's why for me, the biggest thing I like to tell people is that oversold and overbought is mean. It doesn't mean anything.
Agreed.
On the low time frames, all the way up to the highest time frames, it's looking pretty bullish. The only time frame that's kind of worrying is like the 4 hour. And all that's telling you is that we're probably going to get some consolidation or maybe a short-term pullback before we reset volatility and continue the upside. Because our higher time frames, volatility is nowhere near topped out, and we're significantly above our momentum pivots. So it's statistically speaking, this should continue towards the upside, and we should probably see previous all-time highs relatively soon.
That'd be fucking swell as balls, son. That'd be swell as balls. Thank you. Ethereum now, por favor. Vale, estamos. I know. But hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. Cabrón. Estamos viendo los Solamis, que es Solana en la trimestral. Podemos ver que claramente estamos buscando esa consolidación que vimos con Bitcoin por acá, ¿no? Que, bueno, rápidamente se las pongo acá. La consolidación de Bitcoin y luego el putazo para arriba. Tenemos un poco de lo mismo y luego el golpe para arriba, pero todavía no tienes el breakout confirmado. El breakout confirmado está, bueno, depende dónde lo quieras poner, pero está entre los 200 y los 214 comparado con lo de Bitcoin para poder llegar a máximos históricos que están en 259. Yo creí que Solana llegó a 268. Me falló. En fin, En temporalidades altas, esta tabla bastante alcista, no hay duda alguna. Pueden ver una vez más el patrón de la copa y la tacita y aparte la agarradera, que normalmente un movimiento a la alza. No hay ninguna vela topera, esta es una vela de indecisión, la que está justamente en medio. Eso quiere decir que ni para arriba ni para abajo y se formó el cuerpo aquí en medio, que no te quería decir que esto iba a pompear hasta el cielo. En esto, vamos a ver rápidamente, estamos muy por encima del promedio de las 21, que está en 121. Bueno, eso nos señala y nos enseña que tiene fuerza. Y podemos ver, en realidad no puedes ver ni madres en la trimestral. Hay muy pocos datos para la trimestral. Vamos a ver en la mensual. La mensual se parece mucho a Bitcoin. Pueden ver la consolidación, lo mismo, el mismo patrón, la consolidación y empiezas a tener este breakout. Y justamente ahorita estamos tapeando por acá. Estos cierres acá, y a esta vela todavía le queda 24 días, 8 horas, pero estos cierres acá te están enseñando cómo estás. Tienes que ver todas estas resistencias. La línea morada es resistencia. Y siempre y cuando se acerque más el cuerpo de la vela y esté tocándolo y tocándolo, es como si hubiera más y más fuerza empujando en esa dirección. Y es lo que estás viendo justamente acá. El promedio de las 9 está por encima del 21, lo que nos dice que hay fuerza en el movimiento. Y esta vela es una vela fuerte alcista, pero todavía le quedan 24 días y 8 horas para cerrar. Así que no vamos a tomar conclusión de nada en lo que la volatilidad está literalmente regresando a cero. En la bisemanal, si es que eso es una palabra de verdad que usamos, podemos ver que la volatilidad empieza a expander arriba del 15%. Esto es justamente el setup que buscas junto con la expansión que estás viendo. Esto nos dice que Solamis va a continuar y va a seguir para arriba. La última vez que entramos en la zona de cero y la volatilidad nos mandó para acá, ni siquiera la puedes ver acá en la de 2 semanas. No existe este tipo de setup. Esto va a ser demasiado fuerte. Lo más cercano fue el setup de Hamas, que pasó justamente acá en octubre del 2023, donde la volatilidad vino a rebotar en el 15% y acá tuviste tu breakout, que es literalmente octubre del 2023, y ese fue un movimiento vamos a ponerlo acá, ese fue un movimiento de 636%, depende cómo lo midas, pero 636%. Es algo más o menos que esperemos por acá. Nosotros creemos que Solamis tiene bastante camino para seguir corriendo a la alza. Vamos a ver el setup semanal. El setup semanal está haciendo lo mismito que hizo el setup de Hamas. Pueden ver acá el setup de Hamas que venía debajo de 15. Una vez que tomó 15, dio este gran golpe a la alza. De otra vez fueron como 800%, empezando un poco más abajo hasta este punto. Y es exactamente lo mismo que estamos viendo acá, en lo que el precio expande hacia arriba. En la diaria, o nos vamos a la de 2 días. En la de 2 días podemos ver cómo la volatilidad está regresando a resetear y en la diaria está expandiéndose, lo que todavía nos dice que este movimiento todavía tiene un poco de fuerza, pero en la de 4 horas estamos sobre caliente, si lo quieres ver así. Ahora, sí, el promedio está en los 100 y todo está al 100% aquí, básicamente. Déjenme expando esto para que lo puedan ver. Estas son velas de 4 horas. Que regresemos a visitar el promedio de las 9 no nos sorprendería para nada en los 177. La continuación de esto está por encima del 187. Son cierres arriba de 187, nos da continuación a la alza, pero no nos sorprendería simplemente basado en sobrevendido que esto venga a corregir. Pero para corregir el punto pivote de Solamis está abajo de $179. Así que para que esta corrección, 180 dólares, para que esta corrección se dé, el precio tiene que estar abajo de los 180 dólares y probablemente vengas a visitar los 178 y el piso que tenemos son los 173, que está arriba del 21 de acá, está más o menos por acá. Es lo que esperamos, que no rompa Solamis para abajo. Si rompiera la estructura en 173 a la baja, nos empezaríamos a preocupar por todos los setups, pero por ahora literalmente tiene cara que la fiesta va a continuar por un rato. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos con Ethereum.
Ethereum, shoot my screen. It's looking so much weaker than Bitcoin. It's hilarious.
It did have a mega nice little candle right here. Look at
What Ethereum chart looks like right now compared to the Bitcoin chart is like Vitalik sits at that hotel chair. You know the one I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely. On the white dudes for Harris chair.
Mm-hmm. I love how everybody already automatically knows which chair I'm talking about. The cup chair. Shameless plug, water people.
Thank you, sir.
So right now on Ethereum, we entered into the bearish control zone on each particular momentum. And we're starting to flip back up while volatility is still contracting. So technically, this still would be a corrective setup. We want to see volatility start picking back up. And that's probably not going to happen until we close back over this, at the very least, this with a 5 EMA. But what's more likely going to make it expand is if we close over this top 38.2%. That's a lot higher than price action right now. That's at just over $3,000. At $3,000 and basically exactly $3,000. $3,001.02. If we can get a close over that area, we should expect a move towards the top of the blue 38.2%, just like we did over here, and we did back over here. But over here, we got a very, very significant move. This was in May of 2020, where we closed into the 38.2% zone at $200, and then we went from $200 to almost $5,000. That was the only time that Ethereum has ever really performed.
Yeah. That's when he gained the narrative that he was going to do the flippening and he was going to take over Bitcoin, and then he just never did anything.
And right around, like somewhere around here is where Solana really started like showing its strength. And then ever since then, this has been the red-headed stepchild.
Yep.
But if we do close over that $3,000 number, $3,001.02, statistically we get a move up to the top 38.2%. That currently is $6,700.34. The other times like in our 2021 cycle, we ended up going almost to the 78.6. We went higher than the 61.8. I don't think that's going to happen. George, look away. But because you're probably going to cream your pants if you hear this, $12,000 for the 61.8. And then the 78.6 is $21,000. Very unlikely. Very, very, very unlikely. Especially since this thing is not even tapping the blue 38.2% zone yet. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is solidly over it.
But when was the last time that Ethereum got into the blue zone, and what type of move did it do?
Last time was in October of 2023, and he got a very, very, very massive move. Yeah. We got about 145% move to the
upside. That's pretty good.
So we can get that over here. How much of a move would that be to the top 38.2? Let's see. Very close to that same amount of move that we got last time. Interesting.
Just saying, son.
At just under $7,000. That would put us how much of about 100%. So that's still not the best RR, considering Solana is providing a lot more than that. Where'd it go? Just to do some little quick maths. Yeah, it's over 200%. Gotta look at this too. Probably looks like dog shit. Yep.
Wow.
Monthly silver cross to the downside. We're losing the blue 38.2%. Let's see when we've last lost it over here. And then we dumped another almost 60%, so 59.76.
But it bounced on that green, and it's at that green right now again, no?
Yeah, but the way that you have to look at it is that the numbers, the ranges moved. So whenever it originally went down, this green zone where it bounced here was right here whenever it lost it. So it was below the 100%, but it couldn't hit it until the ranges moved down.
No. But I'm saying where you were on the left, on right, those candles like that are basically there. It right there, it bounced on the green, which is exactly what it's doing right now. No, and I feel like it did also behind it, and it also bounced into the blue zone from it.
Yeah, but that was after it made its move after losing the blue. So if you were to get a target from right when it first lost the blue, it would be lower than the 100%.
I see
Because
what you're saying.
the 100% was right here at that point.
Got it.
So we had to wait for the ranges to step down, and then it was able to make its low at this green. But if it would have made this low over here, it would have been below the 100. So if you were to have calculated a target from here, once you close below it, the easy or the safe target would have been right here, but we ended up going way below it. But it took longer for it to play out. If it would have been shorter, it would have been less of a pullback. But since it was over a longer span of time, it was a more significant pullback. So right now, if you were to take that same logic from here, that would put us probably somewhere around this 100, which is at 0.017. This is like a 50% move down from where we are now. Yeah. This is freshly breaking down too, after putting in a lower high in the 2021 cycle. In 2017, it's never been anywhere near as high as it was in the 2017 cycle on Ethereum, Bitcoin. Our target based off of losing this blue 38.2% zone on the quarterly is going to be at the very least this 78.6, and that is very close to our previous number that we looked at before, and this 1.7 area. That is from here about a 30% dump. Last time we lost that blue 38.2% zone, we tapped the 100%. That is right around that same exact number we looked at before at 0.18. The number before was 0.17. Losing it on the weekly as well. Our volatility is freshly shifting down. I mean, momentum is freshly shifting down on the weekly. Volatility is flipping up. The jewel is maintaining the bearish critical zone, giving the dark blue sell again. From here, from this volatility setup, expanding volatility, you would have to assume that this is going to go somewhere around the 78.6, which is just below 0.03. That low volatility, I doubt it holds, and it probably goes to the 88.3. That one is at similar number to we just looked at, 0.25. Why does anyone want to hold Ethereum when this chart looks like this?
Yeah, and you have Solana.
Solana is literally at new all-time highs against Ethereum. We're about to tap the 100% range on Solana ETH. Let's see the volatility. We have volatility is expanding. Momentum is breaking into the bullish control zone. Last time that happened was May of 2023. No, actually it was somewhere around July or August of 2023. And we went, how much of a percentage move? 400% towards the upside against Ethereum. Weekly is about to get a breakout too, where we closed above the 38.2. We based off of it, and now we're getting an expansion from there with upside momentum and volatility. That should put us at the 78.6. And right now the 78.6 is 0.082. Damn, this thing is looking like dog shit. On the weekly, we are basing off of this 200 SMA, which we've been holding ever since this the July dump, right off of the Japan news. How much of a candle was that on Ethereum? Wow, 22.48% in one weekly candle.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad. The weekly is about a silver cross towards the downside, very, very close. As long as we're getting closures below 2,684, that silver cross is going to happen. We have 4 days and 8 hours to go. If we can close over that, then the moving averages will split apart from each other and they won't cross. But as long as we're below this number, they're going to cross. If we can avoid the cross, that makes the probabilities that we would go to the top 38.2%. Right now is over that number that we needed to break back into the blue 38.2% on the monthly. That is at 3,263. And whenever Ethereum does move, it likes to move. So like that would be from here, 23% towards the upside. And it probably does it in one candle, like it did this 23% candle dump to the downside.
Exactly. And I was going to say in a short time too. And that's still nothing.
Ethereum likes to move a lot in a short little period to get everybody all horny, and then it gets them on board for the next couple of months.
Hey, get in, loser. We're about to go to the moon. Everybody's inside of the car. Well, are we going to the moon? Nah, we're not.
We'll pick up some McDonald's, go home, get some 40s. Hey, get in, loser. We're going sideways for the next 8 months.
That's right.
The 2 days about to close over the median, and all of our moving averages are bunched up right around there, and they're about to cross too. That is a pretty nice setup right here, where we should theoretically hit this 61.8% based off of how low our volatility is at as well. 61.8% right now is just under this previous breakdown area. Right.
That's a good setup on a 2-day.
Yeah, at 3,026. That would also break us back into that monthly blue 38.2% zone. And we could probably go higher than that because of how low this momentum, this volatility is. Momentum's only at 15%. I could easily see us coming back to the 78.6, which is a retest of this breakdown area and this previous silver cross to the downside, $3,300, which lines up with the weekly number we looked at on the HPDR. Daily right here is finding resistance right at this median, and it's currently at the 100 EMA. If we can cross over the 100 EMA and close over here, it would be a close over this blue 38.2% zone. It would have invalidated the silver cross to the downside, and it would open up the targets of hitting this 200. But since it's so close to 61.8, we'll probably go a little bit higher than that. Probably go to that 3,000 number that we were looking at. Very, very psychological round number. And it's also the monthly HPDR blue 38.2% zone. Volatility is at extreme lows. So once this volatility starts expanding and momentum to the upside, we should get a very, very aggressive move to the upside. Somebody should do a wellness check on Vitalik after the election results.
What about XRP?
But he lost his money.
Oh, fuck. Rivian's still dropping further.
Now he knows. Now he has something in common with XRP holders. He lost his money.
Oh, incredible.
I had this meme line drawn on this chart. I don't remember when I drew these meme lines, but they are still playing out. We've ended up bottoming around here, yeah, and now we should theoretically hit this top meme line, which is very close to $3,000. Very interesting. Right now, momentum is still pointed down on the monthly as long as price, oh, good lord, as long as price is below $3,580. Look at Bitcoin. Momentum is very healthily up on Bitcoin, and we're within the critical zone. Ethereum is getting kicked out of the rejecting the critical zone and getting kicked out of the bullish control zone currently. I have no idea why this thing looks like such garbage. Correcting volatility. The only time frame which is really up on the higher time frames is the quarterly, and the quarterly is currently, it's not the most up. It's kind of going a little sideways. It's about to enter into the neutral zone, and then from there it should enter the bullish control zone. Only time it's ever entered the bullish control zone was in that 2021 cycle when it almost hit $5,000.
What is the DMI wick under $2,900? Does that mean that if it goes underneath?
Yeah, so if it closes, if it closes under 2907, the DMI will flip down.
Got it. So it kind of seems like around the $3,000 area will fuel ETH to make a fucking crazy move towards the upside. No.
Yeah. So if it closes over $3,000, then it's very likely going to high 6,000s based off of the HPDR.
Yeah.
That's actually a very nice setup too, because you would have your confirmation, you would have a tight stop loss, and that's an easy move of 100% towards the upside.
How would you do that? How would you set it up?
You would wait for the close over $3,000. This is going to be a little risky because you would have to wait for a closure, a monthly closure, and then if monthly closes back below 3,000 and it deviates it, then you would just cut it. But you'd have to wait for the month to end. So imagine if you're waiting for the monthly close and it just nukes down to like $1,800.
That would fucking suck dick, but that would be very Ethereum.
Yeah, you'd be fucked.
Exactly.
The quarterly is still in a healthy uptrend though, because we've been holding this blue 90 EMA every single time. But on the low time frames to the higher time frames, sure, it's looking kind of bullish. But that's because Bitcoin is looking insanely bullish, and it's driving this piece of trash up with it. But if you were to exclude Bitcoin and compare it to other assets in the market, it looks like straight shit, and it looks like it goes down only. And I would not want to hold this.
Well said, sir. Thank you. And right now we had Ethereum. Hang on a second. Pepe.
It's very, very fitting to look at this after Ethereum.
Pepe. Ok, tenemos rápidamente aquí Elite Trading Academy. Esto es donde estamos en vivo. Aquí vamos a tener nuestra clase, solamente tomando un break para decirles, vamos a tener nuestra clase aquí el próximo jueves. No mañana, el próximo jueves, exclusiva solamente para los miembros que son parte del live chat, para poder aclarar cualquier duda que tengan de lo que hayan aprendido, de lo que no hayan entendido, etcétera. Pero también, para que sepan, tenemos aquí todos nuestros tiers de absolutamente todo y estamos cambiando el sitio para mejorarlo para todos ustedes. Tenemos el Elite Package anual, tenemos Live Trading Session Classes, también tenemos, todo esto está anual, así que no crean que esos son los precios. Trading Alerts y también tenemos el curso por acá para ustedes que lo necesiten. El enlace está en la parte de abajo. Ya lo saben, ya lo tienen. Así que no se lo pierdan. Vamos con Ethereum. Ok. Ethereum, para empezar en la diaria, me encanta este setup. ¿Por qué? Porque estás literalmente teniendo un breakout, aunque podrías literalmente bajar esto y decir todavía no, ¿no? Espérame. Exacto. Podrías decir que todavía no tienes el breakout. Entonces, de la forma en la que yo lo tenía de antes, me gusta más cómo está el setup y también de líneas que vienen por acá, pero da igual absolutamente. Vamos a verlo en los gráficos trimestral para empezar. Ya saben que nos gusta expander de poco a mucho. Algo muy extraño con Ethereum es que no volvió a ser altos históricos, aunque queramos o no, tampoco Solana, pero Ethereum ha estado muy lejos comparado con lo que había logrado antes. Su alto histórico lo logró en enero. Bueno, en enero hizo su segundo alto después de que perdimos el de octubre y ese fue en 4,122. Desde entonces, Ethereum ha estado simplemente cayendo. Estas son velas trimestrales por 2 trimestres y ahorita está en una vela de indecisión. Vamos a aprender rápidamente los promedios. Puedes ver que está por encima del 9, está por encima del 21 y también, obviamente, mucho por encima. Ah, no, está por debajo del 5. Have you noticed that Ethereum is underneath the 5 EMA on the quarterly? You're muted.
I don't have the 5 on that chart that I just looked at the quarterly active.
I never looked at it, but I didn't notice that.
That's not the best sign.
Yeah, but seems like the pivot point that is important. It's $2,700 here.
It's a little over that 9 though, which is still, it's not the worst since it's holding 9.
Yeah, but still fucked up in here.
What's that dark blue one? Is that the 9?
9, 21, and 5.
Yeah. So before that one breakout right there, all the way to the left, we rejected the 9. Right. Keep going to the right. Other way. Right.
You mean this?
No, yeah, that one right there. We rejected the 9. Then after we closed above it is when we started that mega rally.
So closing above the yes, the 9, but also the 5.
Was a 5. Yeah, that was a 5 too. Yeah, you're right.
They matched together right here, and once they matched, price went up, and then it fucking exploded to the upside. So once you took the 9, well, then it fucking played you, and it went down here. But it was 100 and some % move. Like it's nothing. Okay. Sorry, sir. Okay. Estoy viendo que estamos por debajo del promedio de las 5 y justamente interesantemente ves como estábamos por encima en este bull run en donde hicimos altos históricos. Luego caímos, intentamos retomar el 9 y el 5 nos rechazó, 9 y 5 nos rechazó, lo tomamos de vuelta, el 21 siempre nos aguantó, atención a eso. Nos aguantó y tuvimos otra vez esta expansión de precio. Y ahorita el 9 y el 5 están haciéndole sándwich al precio, que se me hace interesante simplemente para tomarlo como nota mental, que cuando Ethereum está por encima del 5 en grandes temporalidades, bueno, abajo no tanto. Vamos a ver la mensual. Y en la mensual tampoco, ¿eh? En la mensual está bajo el 5 y está aguantado por el 21 en este momento. Ethereum está cotizando en $2,653 y tenemos el promedio del 5 bajando sobre el del 9. Uf, interesante todo esto. La debilidad de Ethereum es ridícula en temporalidades grandes. Lo pueden ver acá. Y ahora déjenme prendo esto. Sí, la volatilidad se está yendo de lado en lo que el precio está yendo de lado. Vamos a la semanal, donde pueden ver que la volatilidad está regresando a zonas muy bajas para poder dar el siguiente movimiento, pero parece que viene atrasado. Todavía no llega a zonas de cero volatilidad, pero esto es la mensual, la semanal. Déjame ver la de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas tiene volatilidad expandiendo en lo que el precio se está yendo de lado. Interesante. Vamos a ver la de 2 días. 2 días, volatilidad contrayéndose en lo que el precio va de lado. Interesante. Luego, zona de sobrevendido. Digo, nada más se ha ido de lado Ethereum. Podemos ver que en la de 2 días estamos encima del 21, encima del 9, coqueteando con el 55, que en la diaria es el 100. Ya lo pueden ver por acá, pero estamos por encima. El front run, acuérdate que tus temporalidades cortas, la diaria, 1 hora, que es más corta que la diaria, te dicen lo que va a pasar más cercano. Entonces, si quieres adelantarte al futuro, vas a ver estas temporalidades con riesgo a que en las temporalidades altas no llegues a tus objetivos. Pero por ahorita, esto está pintando bien siempre y cuando no perdamos el 2640. Perdiendo el 2640 en la diaria no se va a ver nada bien. Definitivamente lo que queremos romper son los 2721. Ese parece ser una zona bastante importante para Ethereum. Y una vez que lo logremos, nuestro siguiente objetivo es literalmente buscar esta línea de por acá. En temporalidad corta tiene cara de que esto puede darse una vuelta, irse a los $3,000, pero tienen que pasar muchísimas cosas. Yo pondría que si estás interesado en entrarle en algo a Ethereum, puedes hacer el setup mensual, que es simplemente una vez que la vela mensual cierre arriba de $3,000. Una vez que la vela mensual cierre arriba de $3,000, vas a estar parado bonito, pero se te puede ir el precio. Basado en los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad de Farhan, tiene cara de que el precio de Ethereum, ¿ven por qué los 2,761 son tan importantes? En la mensual es el 9. Una vez que podamos romper esto a la alza, vamos a probablemente tener un bastante buen movimiento que sea de entre un 22 a un 55% mínimo, que es lo que podemos ver nosotros de acuerdo a probabilidades y estadísticas. Pero si perdemos los 2,550, por ejemplo, no pintaría nada bien. Dentro de todo de lo que existe, vean esto. No, actually. Solana y Ethereum. Vamos a ponerlo en la semanal para que lo puedan ver bien y no tan de lejos. Solana y Ethereum. Esto es cómo está Solana cotizando contra Ethereum. Sería como el peso contra el dólar y ver al peso que vale $20. Digo, 20 pesos por dólar. Esto es eso. Y está en altos históricos Solana contra Ethereum. Los acaba de lograr ayer. Altos históricos. ¿Por qué comprarías Ethereum en vez de Solana, por ejemplo? Cuando tienes todo esto que se ve tan alcista. Vamos a Uy, la volatilidad aparte de Solana está expandiendo, Solana contra Ethereum está expandiendo a la alza y en la diaria se está volteando una vez más después de un periodo de cero volatilidad con ese pompazo regresando a dar continuación al movimiento. Ethereum no pinta tan bien, señores. No pinta tan bien. Me gustaría, yo soy un completo degenerado y siento que la apuesta peligrosa está aquí. Lo siento en los huesos porque nadie esperaría que esta madre explote a la alza. Nadie, 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 nadie. Pero también la razón por la que nadie espera que esto explote a la alza es porque es una mierda. Así que estamos como atorados en el análisis de confiaremos en esto o no confiaremos en esto. Es la maldita realidad de Ethereum. No se ve, no pinta tan bien. También cuando tienes la dominancia de Bitcoin en altos históricos, eso quiere decir que vamos a continuar el rally a través de Bitcoin y ya después le tocará a Ethereum cuando veamos esto caer tal vez. Pero por ahora estamos enfocados yo creo que más en Bitcoin, Solana que en Ethereum en estos momentos. Ethereum, véanlo, o sea, comparado con Bitcoin, vean dónde está Bitcoin, vean dónde está Solana. O sea, cerca de sus altos históricos. Si lo quieren ver así, Ethereum es como el Russell 2000, Bitcoin es el S&P y Solana es el Nasdaq, ¿no? Más o menos. Pero sí, es lo que estamos viviendo estos días con Ethereum. Vamos a ir a la tabla de Pepe. Un segundo, no la tengo aquí. Es de Kraken. Pepe tiene cara que está listo para explotar a la alza. ¡Wow! ¡Wowie! ¿Lo pueden ver? Cuando todos se juntan, todos los promedios, en una zona y los rompe a la alza y te trepas encima del 9 y ahora todos estos van a darse la vuelta. Pepe tiene cara que quiere explotar al alza en la diaria. Déjenme rápidamente veo mi volatilidad. Volatilidad estuvo en 0. ¿Se llegó a expandir, sí o no? ¿En dónde está el setup? En 15. Por acá. Está por encima de, entonces no hubo literalmente, no hubo un setup acá. Vamos a ver la semanal. La semanal por encima del 9 y el 21 también, interesante. Vamos a ver la mensual rápido antes de que venga Farhan a decirles todo bien como se debe. En la mensual, encima del 9, bastante bien. El 9 está en este número. Creo que para ver estos shitcoins, mi timeline favorito son entre 5 y 2 días. O sea, de 5 días está a punto de llegar al periodo de 15% de volatilidad y de ahí poder reventar a la alza. Esto no pinta nada mal para Pepe, ¿eh? Sobre todo con esta velita buena. Déjame ver el
Okay,
2
my bad,
días.
I'm back.
No, please, son, please. Dude, look at fucking Pepe.
Yeah, it looks like it's about to make a pretty large move.
It certainly does. It certainly motherfucking does.
Especially on the weekly HPDR.
Show me. Show me, son.
Shameless plug.
There you go. Some water, people. Tame that thirst. I need to come up with a really terrible slogan.
Murder your thirst.
Trump style. Or should I say Hitler style?
Diddy your thirst.
Did you?
You might get sued for using his name though.
Oh my God.
On the weekly, we're about to get a close over this blue 30, the median. So that while our volatility is at extreme lows, the momentum is about to start flipping back up. That should give us a move up towards this 61.8% at least. Right now, the 61.8% is significantly, so many fucking zeros. 1385. Let's just skip the zeros. That's a 48% move to the upside from where we are right now. Holy shit. Let's compare it to this. We can't compare it to ETH. So here's Pepe with Bitcoin, right? Quite healthy, making higher lows. Which one is the shitcoin again?
I don't understand how this is even real.
Which one is the meme coin again?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Higher lows all the way through. While momentum is starting to flip back up, volatility is at very, very extreme lows. It looks like Pepe is about to get a significant move against Bitcoin very soon. Probably somewhere around that 61.8% number, if not to the 78.6%. And even a move from here to the 61.8% is 32%. And if it goes to the 78.6%, 156%. That's not 156% on the Tether pair. That's on the Bitcoin pair. So you got to imagine Bitcoin is going to be going up as well. So if Pepe is gaining more than 100% against Bitcoin, while Bitcoin is also going up, that means this is going up astronomically. So do you have any data to put a monthly? Not very much useful data at all.
Not much, yeah.
The most that we can get is a move towards this 50%, which right now is at I don't even know because there's so many zeros. About a 55% move to the upside, no big deal. I actually gave my brother this year for his birthday some Pepe. I gave it to him like 3 or 4 days before his birthday because it was nuking really heavily. And I'm going to skip all these zeros, and I gave it to him at 7. So he's never once been down since his birthday on this coin.
Oh, good for him.
I was actually so surprised. I was like, buddy, don't sell this. Be prepared to be down 70%. Just hold. He was never once down. If I would have given him Ethereum at that point, though, he would have been down bigly.
Oh, well, but you don't hate your brother.
No, that's right.
There you go. So you gave him Pepe, not Ethereum.
At least I don't think that he sits at that hotel chair. We're about to maintain and hold on to this bottom blue 38.2% zone. It gives probabilities of moving up towards this top 38.2% zone. And also we have very, very low levels on our volatility. So we're probably going to go somewhere close to that 78.6 like we did over here. And right now that 78.6, like it's funny how there's so many zeros that if you look at the levels right here, it just tells you 0. That's about a 100% move to the upside from here. Where I would say, yeah. Well, yeah, that's only it. That's it. Only 78, only 100%. But where I would say if I had to guess where we're going to put in our macro top for the cycle, this is just a guess. This is just me throwing it out there. I would say probably somewhere around here.
The 20 something.
That's currently about 200% higher than where we are right now. Maybe the most bullish scenario I could see is if we get a replay of our initial move back in 2023 to 2024 when it did the 1000x, something like that. That would be towards this 90%. And that's a very big if. I don't really see that happening unless Bitcoin breaks over like $130,000. I can see it happening. And that is like another 500, almost 600% move to the upside. And this is a quote unquote meme coin, so I guess 600% is not too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, no, that could actually really happen.
2-day right now is brushing right up against resistance, right at this median. If we can get a close over the median, last time we did it was in September of 2024, and we got 60% move after that, and we went to the 78.6. Right now, the 78.6 is right up here at the same number we were looking at before, right at 0.1415. That is currently a 60% move from where we are right now. We just have to close over that median. Volatility is currently at extreme lows right here at 13%, while momentum is flipping back around from the bearish control zone. It's about to enter positive, and the jewel is starting to flip around too, where it went into the bearish control zone, started flipping white, and on this next 2-day open, it's going to flip light blue cyan and very likely out of the bearish control zone. Last time we did that was right over here.
Quite the pump.
Yeah.
It's kind of exactly where you measured it before, no?
61. Yeah. It's the exact same number. Interesting. It's also right where we close over the median.
That's exactly it.
That's an interesting relationship where the jewel flipped around in the bearish control zone right when we closed over the median. Huh. I wonder how these. I don't know how the algorithms or these indicators work, but it must be something similar.
Yeah.
It's funny making trades with thousands of dollars on indicators that we don't even know how they work. The daily is about to invalidate the silver cross to the downside, where the 21 cross below the 55, as we're above all of our major moving averages, finding some rejection at this median though. But like the last time, if once we blast through that median, we get a massive pump to the upside. As of right now, last time we topped around at the 88.3, and as of right now, the 88.3 is at that 1.4 number like from before, which is about I believe 60%, right? 60%.
That's right, 61%.
Yeah.
Oh, 50?
I just got a drink delivered, and I'm very happy about it because I'm getting a little thirsty. But the volatility is at very extreme levels on the daily as well. So every single time frame, from the daily all the way to the weekly, it looks like this thing is about to have a very aggressive move. And as of right now, statistically, that would be up because our momentum is pointed up, and the daily is also flipping around within the bearish control zone. The first time around, it failed and it got kicked back into the bearish control zone, and then it went lower. But when it went lower, it made bullish divergence like you're here on the jewel. So that increases probabilities that we're going to get pushed out of the bearish control zone and back into the bullish control zone, which also coincides with the 50 to 60% pump from where we are right now. Let's check the RSI. I would love to see some massive hidden bullish divergence.
I'm sure there will be. On this one, I want to put my hands on the fire for it.
More hidden bullish divergences than Trump's campaign.
There you go.
I find it so hilarious how all the people are like, "Congratulations, America! You just elected one of Epstein's friends." And I'm thinking, buddy, if he was anywhere on that Epstein list, they would have released it 2 years ago.
Oh yeah. It's amazing how psychology works, though, and how they use it against us. We are pretty stupid.
Oh yeah, the stupidest creatures on the planet,
without a doubt.
Volatility has currently been steadily declining on the weekly ever since March of 2024 when we hit our all-time highs on Bitcoin. We are currently at 22% on the volatility and 26.5% on the moving average. If we drop below 15%, we're gonna fire off a setup. This on Pepe, when we originally had our first pump, we didn't even expand from where we are right now. We expanded from around 30%, 33% on volatility. We are now currently at 22.7% on volatility. From 33%, we got a move of about 1,500% towards the upside. And now we're coming from lower volatility. And not only that, but what else are we about to invalidate? Shoulder, head, shoulder. If we close anywhere over this shoulder right here, this wick high, let's draw a little line right here. Oh fuck.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that has to suffer with this.
If you close anywhere over this, it's going to invalidate the head and shoulders. And usually with these patterns, whenever like a head and shoulders or inverse head and shoulders, when they're invalidated, you can apply the measured move to the opposite direction.
Effectively, sir.
And that would be, let me turn this magnet off. Sometimes it's annoying.
Yeah, to draw is impossible.
Because I have, what do you call it? What is it? OCD. I have to make my line straight. I don't like it whenever they
OCD is right.
Oh shit! This is gonna be fuck it. I made it curved. Interesting. Do you remember what I said the previous? We're probably top at somewhere around that 2.4 number.
That's holy shit.
Huh. That is how much of a percentage move? That's a 100%. I believe that was a number from the HPDR as well. 100%.
Dude, a 100% move is so good.
And that's with zero leverage. Imagine the degens who are on like 20x on this thing.
Those people are sick in the fucking head, but I understand them.
They'll show you their P&L of being up like 100K, but they won't show you every single time they got liquidated for 300.
Of course.
The 5-day currently has hidden a bearish divergence, which is basically about to get invalidated, and it will be invalidated as long as we close above 935. Basically, this candle's wick high. If we close above that, this divergence is invalidated, and we have more like a statistical target of hitting this previous rejective wick, which is 1199 or basically 12. And then we would have a move up towards this bullish critical zone. As of right now, this doesn't tell us. That's what happens with all these coins with so many zeros. I wish we could remove the zeros.
I know. There should be an easier way for that, but also you would destroy your math.
Yeah, that's true. The 2-day right now is about to reclaim all of our major moving averages and close over the 21. And then the RSI is putting in a third potential drive of hidden bullish divergence while we're expanding from literally 0% volatility. That would give us the bullish control zone and the bullish critical zone, but as last time, doesn't tell you what those numbers are because it's so many zeros. Daily is getting pushed out of the bearish control zone, moving towards the critical zone. I mean, the bullish control zone. Once again, doesn't tell you, kind of useless. 4 hour right now is getting an expansive move over our 100 EMA, basing and rejecting the 200, and then back testing this 100, going sideways a little bit, while our volatility is about to reset at extreme levels. So the short-term time frames are telling me a little bit of consolidation, base here, and then eventually the higher time frames will take over, and I see this thing getting a very explosive move towards the upside.
God damn, dude, Pepe. I've never been interested in buying Pepe until I saw this chart today.
Yeah.
Like never, ever giving a fuck. Dutch Bros is next.
I just like Pepe because I love the meme.
I know. It is one of your favorite ones. You always share the fucking frog. Wait, what happened to your sound? It says that you're connected.
Top of my
There you go.
my microphone.
Oh, there you go. So you muted it like that. Got it. Okay. Let's go. Vale, vamos a empezar con Pepe. Pepe, güey, esta es una moneda en Ethereum que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con Ethereum. O sea, vean, bueno, tiene todo que ver con Ethereum, pero no tiene nada que ver el precio de Pepe. Voy a poner esta línea acá. ¿Por qué? Porque lo primero que notamos en temporalidad grande, este semanal, vamos a no jugarle tanto. Vean las pocas semanas que tenemos de precio de Pepe. Empezó en abril del 2023. Desde entonces se fue de lado por un año y de ahí dio un gran zampompazo. Ese año fue en principios del 2024. Probablemente en principios del 2025 nos vaya a dar la siguiente sorpresa. Pepe, pero qué memazo es este. Lo que les quería enseñar es esto. Pudimos ver acá, tenemos tu tope, tu alto más alto y desde entonces has creado altos más bajos, pero has estado continuando esta tendencia alcista porque estás creando bajos más altos. Lo continúa y lo continúa haciendo una y otra vez la buena moneda de Pepe. Pero acá, si pones atención, tienes un hombro, la cabeza, acá el punto más bajo y un hombro. Y esto lo conectamos con esta línea. Esto, si lo fueras a romper aquí a la baja, te daría un movimiento muy bajista, pero esta tabla no nos está diciendo que va a romperlo a la baja. El momentum y la volatilidad nos está indicando que va a ser al revés. ¿Qué pasa entonces? Cuando tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, sabemos que si lo queremos medir, nos vamos a la parte más alta de la cabeza, ponemos nuestra línea y en una línea recta hasta la línea donde se corta el hombro o el cuello, si lo quieres ver así, lo mides. Entonces, si se rompiera la baja, dirías, no, es acá y el precio de Pepe va a caer hasta acá, que es un número negativo, no se va a dar. Pero como este movimiento se ha invalidado por tiempo y no se caiga, esto te daría un movimiento en reversa a la alza con un objetivo de 0.00025. Es una absoluta puta locura. Una absoluta locura. También si lo queremos medir de donde esté el precio acá. Personalmente, yo lo mido así. Pero hay diferentes formas. La gente usa el segundo pivote, el hombro, para decir acá, pero yo personalmente lo tomo de donde está el precio y donde vaya recorriendo. Entonces, por ahora mi objetivo serían los 20.28 con esto. Pero esto se ve alcista. ¿Por qué se ve alcista? Porque cuando nos acercamos a ver Pepe en la semanal, podemos ver que estamos 9.21, lo estamos retomando, 55, nunca lo venimos a tocar, ni siquiera. Nos apoyamos bien en esta línea y por más que hemos creado estos nuevos altos más bajos, estás creando bajos más altos. La diaria es mi setup favorito. Esto es una locura. Pueden ver cómo todos los promedios están justamente acá. rompimos a través de todos, el promedio de la 9 está aquí abajo y ahora el precio de Pepe está por aquí encima en el punto 0.009332 y acá es donde lo tenemos. Esto, si tienes un cierre encima de estos promedios, se va a ver bastante bien la cosa para los alcistas en Pepe, sobre todo cuando ves que la volatilidad de dónde vienes, de tan bajo, te está preparando un movimiento, pero potente a la alza. En la de 2 días puedes ver que la volatilidad empieza a expandirse a los 30% junto con el precio subiendo. Esto nos dice que habrá continuación del precio y nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser justamente este wick de rechazo en el punto 0.001194. Una vez que rompamos esto, podemos empezar a buscar nuestros objetivos a la alza en medio de este canal, básicamente, o hasta acá arriba. Pero por ahora el setup que nos está dando Pepe es continuación de este movimiento a la alza, depende de dónde cerremos y tenemos que asegurarnos, esto cierra en un día 8 horas, queremos cerrar por encima de todo esto, pero también en la diaria, que cierra en 7 horas con 4 minutos. Definitivamente este es el primer nivel. En la de 2 días, el siguiente nivel está también para cerrar un poco por acá y ya de ahí para adelante. ¿Qué sería lo que invalida todo esto? Lo que invalida todo esto es que esto en verdad sea un alto más bajo que este y que vayas de vuelta y rompas este nivel de los puntos 0.00007732. Si rompes esto a la baja, absolutamente invalida toda nuestra idea y todo lo que acabamos de platicar. Pero siempre y cuando estés por encima de estos promedios, en la diaria y en la de 2 días, esto pinta que va a tener continuación por la expansión de la volatilidad en la dirección de que el precio se está moviendo y pues a buscar esta zona entonces, tíos. Ahí lo tienen. Pepe se ve caliente, pero caliente. Nunca me había interesado entrarle a Pepe. Este se ve como un buen setup para Pepe próximamente. Vamos a darle a Dutch Brothers. Y también tengo que prepararlo en Dutch Brothers. Why am I fucking this up? Oh, it's with an O. Nope. Perfect. Do you know how Dutch Brothers, like how do, right, Dutch Brothers. 1 second. Why am I not getting this right?
The ticker is Bros. That is badass.
I was going to say, yeah. Fuck me. Bros. Ready. Whenever you are, good sir. Oh, wow.
We're on the verge of a monthly breakout at the moment. We're currently oh shit. That was funny. I accidentally minimized my window. So if we close over this area right here, we're healthily over this blue 38.2%. We're currently over the 88.3%. So if we close over $34.11, based off of how our momentum and volatility are basically at extremes, tapped out at pointed to the upside, we should be looking for a local top somewhere between here. If we're extremely bullish, best case scenario I could see going up to, before a pullback, is going up to like $41. And then from there, I would almost certainly expect consolidation and pullback and our momentum and volatility to reset. That would still be technically a lower high. Yeah, that would just be a lower high in the series of lower highs before this thing ends up rolling over, to be honest. Because it's on, we'd be tapped out on our momentum and volatility levels while we're at extreme levels on the HPDR, and we're just going to be making, it's going to be lower than this one, lower than this one, lower than this one. Monthly downtrend is going to be intact.
But no, because that's a monthly candle. I was going to say, you don't think the averages are like the numbers are going to go up, but even if they go up, it's not going to be by that much. The movement
that would be
crazy.
That would be the whole PM scenario. I don't think they would go up that much with one close, but if they do, then all of that is out the window, and then we can probably reverse the downtrend.
Yeah, but for now, you're right.
What would make me think that we're probably going to reverse this downtrend is if this bottom of this blue area steps up to where price is right now. If that happens, then yeah, that whole downtrend idea is out of the window, and this is probably going to go to previous all-time highs.
Got it.
But it depends on how the next 2 monthly candles open. Quarterly right now is kind of supporting that idea that we might get a reversal, but we would want to close over this 9 EMA and this what is that? Is that the 61.8%? That is at $35.94, so $36. we can close over that, then we should see a pretty nice move towards the upside, to maybe 40s. And that also lines up with this golden pocket. So if we were to close over that, that would take us to that $40 area. If we don't reject $40 and we make a base there while momentum resets and we go like sideways around $40, that would increase our statistical probabilities of hitting this 161.8%, which would be a retest of this previous closing all-time highs and this breakdown area. That would be just at $58, under $60.
That means it's got to go sideways for a fucking long time and $40.
Long ass time at $40. Weekly momentum has fully reset with volatilities at 0% reset as well. And we're about to get a close over not only the median, but all of our major EMAs. So that happens, that increases our chances of going up to that 88.3%. And as of now, that's at $44. Another point in the camp of 40s. Same thing with the 5-day, 2-day as well. We're just at the median right now with fully reset volatility and momentum. Momentum still pointed up. That should give us a move towards that 78.6, which is just over this previous breakdown and rejective high. That would turn this downtrend into an uptrend. That would be $41. Daily is currently bouncing at this bottom 38.2%. Momentum is starting to point up. Volatility is at very low levels. So we should get a move towards that 78.6, which, what do you know, $40. 4 hours getting a breakout over this 38.2% area, while volatility is expanding from literally 0%. And the jewel is starting to flip around within the bearish control zone. And we're getting that cyan color about to break out of the bearish control zone. That tells us somewhere around that 90%, which is just under $40. So the lower time frames are giving me an idea of it, that we're going to continue this move up for a little bit until we hit somewhere around the 40s. And then the higher time frames are saying that if we consolidate and hold that $40 level, that we should see a nice expansion from there to somewhere around $60.
Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, in motherfucking indeed. I'm sorry, everyone. That's how I talk. Thank you for making the trade alerts. I'm making my money back on this past month. Oh, good for you, Edgar. Nice. Harold, gold for the day. Do you think we're going to see a correction, or do you think we're going to continue to go up? I am planning on investing in jewelry with gold, but I'm now wondering if this is going to do well. So gold is next. Basically, that's a lot of lingo for you, for me to say gold.
To invest in gold, the jewelry is kind of a very stupid thing, a way to go, because you're going to pay so much more than the spot price.
I know. But you don't know if the dude is a jeweler and he can make it himself and he's just buying the gold. Like you never know. I wouldn't never buy anything other than spot, if you will, like actual, like a piece of gold that is what it is and that's what it costs. If I'm investing in anything, because like you're saying, you're losing a lot of value in whatever shape you make it, in whatever form you get it, whether it's a watch, whatever, they overcharge you. So there's money that you lose in those scenarios, and also there's work behind it.
You know that dude, that jeweler guy on social media, the Trax NYC?
Trax NYC? No. Is he good?
He's like a competitor with Ben Baller.
Okay.
So he shows like a place where he works out of the Diamond District in Manhattan. So he shows the whole. Oh yeah. I was about to say something, but I don't want us to get canceled, so I'm not going to say that.
Especially the people that operate that place. Let's just say that they still run the world. So that's all we're going to say. Okay.
But he shows like where to go in the Diamond District to pay as close as possible to the spot price, so you don't get fucked on jewelry.
That's right. He's right. Ok, estamos viendo Dutch Brothers, damas y caballeros. Muy interesante gráfico. Me encanta en la diaria. Vamos a verlo rápidamente en la trimestral y ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes. ¿Cómo de que no, damas y caballeros? Dutch Brothers ha llegado a un máximo de $81. En este momento está cotizando en 34.76. Esta es una tabla trimestral. Y pueden ver que hemos hecho techo. Luego tuvimos esta caída y hemos estado en una cierta tendencia alcista dentro de todo esto. ¿Por qué? Porque ahorita nos está dando como el fake out, ¿no? Esto va a ser tu alto, más alto que este, pero más bajo que este. Y si eso es lo que es, entonces, ¿qué vas a crear? ¿Un nuevo bajo, más o menos por acá? ¿O cuál es el plan? Eh, Esto es en la de 3 meses. Déjenme un segundo, perdón. Puse esto, no debería de... Ya vi. Ahí está. Es en el gráfico de 3 meses. También, importante, estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, que normalmente es bajista. Esto podría ser como un SFP para la baja. Así que importante mantener un ojo en la zona de los 35.15. Mínimo a largo plazo. Y es lo que estamos viendo con volatilidad y con todo lo que estamos viendo. A largo plazo, tiene que tomar bastante tiempo para que todos los rangos de Farhan de precio empiecen a bajar y el precio pueda tener continuación a la alza. Ahorita van a ver por qué. En la mensual, estamos por fin encima del 9, vean que nos había rechazado, habíamos hecho este SFP y luego caímos por debajo, intentamos retomarlo y fallamos y ahora sí lo retomamos y seguimos subiendo. Y también estamos por encima del 21. Tu siguiente objetivo a romper son claramente los 36.17, que es donde vas a encontrar tu siguiente resistencia. Esta va a ser la zona de resistencia que te vas a encontrar ahorita en esta temporalidad media. La volatilidad se está yendo de lado en este momento, en lo que el precio está subiendo. Acá vamos rápido a la semanal. La semanal nos dice la volatilidad está abajo de 15%, por lo que tiene por lo que va a crear un buen setup. Lo que me gusta aquí de la tabla es que tienes todos los promedios justamente aquí tomados por solamente esta vela. Un cierre por encima de todos estos promedios, sobre todo el del 100 que está en 34.44, sería bastante positivo para esto y para poder dar continuación a lo que estamos viendo. Pero en la diaria, que es mi favorita de todas, pueden ver cómo literalmente se juntaron todos, absolutamente todos los promedios acá y el precio los mandó para arriba y esto es casi un hammerhead. Si esto llega a subir más acá y el precio se queda en verde acá, esta vela, que es una vela de martillo, de cabeza de martillo, se completaría y esta sería una vela que te indica que probablemente lo que continúe sea alcista. Y en temporalidad corta, efectivamente es lo que estamos viendo. Puedes ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo en lo que el precio está expandiendo. Eso nos dice que va a apoyar al movimiento, pero de nuevo, en temporalidades altas está sobrevendido. Bueno, está exhausto y tiene que irse de lado por un rato. Lo que estás viendo es que estamos creando nuevos altos, más altos, altos más altos, y no estás creando bajos más bajos. Y hasta este es un alto más alto que el pasado. Aquí es un bajo más alto que el pasado. Esto es bastante potente y nos empieza a indicar que esto va a intentar romper los 36.18 que nos pone en esa zona una vez más de resistencia importante. Ese es tu siguiente objetivo. ¿Qué invalida esto? Si llegas a cerrar debajo de esta línea meme de los 33.93, todo esto va a empezarse a ver como si se va a mover de lado, pero por ahora nuestros objetivos están acá en los 40. No voy a decir a corta temporalidad, no mañana, pero a corta mediana, digamos. Corta mediana, el objetivo y lo que nosotros pensamos que va a ser el precio es esto e irse a esta zona de los 40. Eso es lo que nosotros estamos viendo. Y de ahí ranguear de lado, pero por un rato en lo que todos los niveles de nuestros indicadores de momentum y volatilidad se reempiezan porque están literalmente en todo. Pero Dodge Brothers está empezando a ver bien, está formando estructura alcista, está por encima de sus promedios, los está ganando con fuerza y vamos a ver si esto no es otro SFP y si esto ya nos da continuación y esta continuación puede continuar a través de tiempo. Tiene cara que va a tomar bastante tiempo todo esto, así que no crean que va a ser algo rápido. Y si vamos a ver esto por un rato, pues se va a mover Dodge Brothers para arriba en un rato. Solamente va a tomar tantito tiempo. What was the other one I said?
Gold.
Oh, gold.
I just found out something very interesting. Apparently, Trump got less votes this time around than he did in 2020.
And also and obviously also Kamala Harris got way less votes than she did in 2020.
So then what the fuck happened in 2020?
Well, 2020 was crazy. They also made everyone like sit at home and we had nothing to do, and we submitted all of our votes, right? But we were just sitting at home.
Oh yeah, that vote by mail shit.
Yeah, so kind of like that's what happened.
And plus this time around, because I feel like Trump was kind of retarded in 2020 where he was bashing vote by mail. This time around, he was like, get out and vote by mail.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, agree.
Maybe Elon told him like you should
Dude,
grow some
Elon
brain
told
cells.
him everything. Elon told him everything that he needed to do.
Quarterly right now on gold is at very, very extreme areas, but we can still go up higher from here because we're only at 74.5%. Volatility is at 74.5%. The jewel is now crossing, it's bouncing off of the edge of the bullish control zone and it's crossing back up, about to enter the bullish critical zone. And the pink is still above the yellow. And this time around, we're very likely to go in, not only go into the bullish critical zone, but stay in there for a good amount of time because we rejected it back in 2020. And 2020 was one of the most biblical bull markets of all time. So imagine if in 2020 we rejected the bullish critical zone, and we had that much of a significant move. How much of a move we're going to get if we stay within it for a couple of months? But this is a quarterly, so once we break into it, we're probably going to stay in it for like a year.
Holy shit! So what you're saying is that if gold continues to go up, then everything is fucked, and what Elon and Trump are saying is not going to go down.
Yeah. I don't think there's going to be very much government efficiency if gold is going to where
it's
starting to get at.
Exactly.
Because this thing likes to go to the 95% every single time it tops out. Like literally every single time. 100% hit rate of the 95%. People who follow me on Instagram know what my targets were back in 2023. And the 95 and the 95% makes my target there look bearish. If that's at $4,400. My number was 3,500. That'd be the 90%.
That is ridiculous.
What the fuck is going on with the world if gold is trading at over $4,000 an ounce?
I don't want to know. Now, by the way, this like the market scares me. It's not normal what it's doing altogether.
That's like when people say Bitcoin is going to be this price, and then that makes me think. So if Bitcoin is at that price, how much is a Big Mac? Like $785?
Yeah, you're going to be able to buy a Honda for $5 million. We're all going to be multi-trillionaires. But
whenever we're checking out at McDonald's, there's going to be a little thing on the menu that says affirm, pay in 24 months.
They're going to have to extend it to 50 years.
Can I get a 144-month loan on my Big Mac with fries?
And then you get E. coli and die. I'm sorry, go on.
Right now, the level of the closeover is the 78.6%, which is 2,411. We are significantly over that. We got a month, just about 2 months to go. And that gives us a number, a target, which is basically right up with my 2023 targets at 36.65 and just below that 95% range.
Holy shit.
Right now on the monthly, we're at very extreme levels and we're getting a little bit of a pullback. But as long as we hold the 78.6% area and consolidate here, and not only our last line of defense would be the 5 EMA before we get a more significant pullback. But as long as we're above these two areas, like pressure is still on, not only to the upside, but significantly to the upside. And what I would expect is like what happened every single time right here, where we consolidated just a little bit, the ranges stepped up, and then we ended up going up again. So what we would be looking for is for these ranges to step up once more on this next monthly open. And then I would expect another move towards somewhere around like maybe $2,900 or $3,000, and that would probably take close to like 8 months, maybe 12 months to play out, possibly 15 months. A minimum, I would see it as just under a year, and maximum about 2 years for this move to play out.
Okay.
For these ranges to step up, because this is one, you got to remember this is the monthly chart, and two, this is an $11 trillion asset.
Yeah.
On the HPDR momentum, that's coinciding with the idea of the consolidation and pullback, where momentum is starting to pull back or contract. It's dropping to 80%, and volatility is dropping too. And the jewel is giving this dark, this red God mode sell right now. The oscillator is still light blue cyan, so we're trying to we're not going to get the confirmation until this shifts into white and then dark blue. What I would expect is this to shift white, dark blue, get a move down to this critical zone, maybe dip under it a little bit, curve back around and move back into the critical zone. And that would coincide with going sideways or getting a pullback for a couple of months before we get our actual move in the next like maybe year and a half. Weekly is putting in a toppy shooting star candle, supports the idea of a weekly pullback. We're about to break back into the blue 38.2% zone. We haven't been within it since July, basically. It's crazy how this thing has been going up only since July, and Bitcoin has been chopping the fuck out of everybody.
It makes no, well, again, who the fuck knows?
We're trading the wrong thing.
Not Peter Schiff.
Buddy's laughing all the way back to the bank.
He is. He's laughing in gold.
He wipes his tears with gold bars.
It's not efficient, but he's pretty baller.
Buddy's got insane forearm strength though. When we close like this below this 38.2% at 2,685 in about 2 days and 5 hours, we're likely going to come back down to this bottom 38.2, which is currently at 2,600. And that's the area where I would expect it to find our next local bottom, and then end up ranging around somewhere between 2,600 and 2,700 for the next couple of weeks or months. And then while these ranges step up, and then I can see us getting our next significant move to the upside, like we did right here, where we ended up going to the bottom, went sideways for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just about a month and a half before we ended up getting our next expansive move. So 2,600, somewhere between 26, 27 for the next month, 2 months. And then from there, I would say they were probably going to $3,000. And what coincides with that is our volatility is resetting right here. We went to high 80s, and now we're below 40%. We're at 31% on our volatility. Then volatility will start expanding. Momentum will have fully reset after the ranges step up, and then we'll be able to, like we did right here, get our next move from after momentum reset. We went from 2,300 all the way up to our current highs right now at 2,790. So that would be the same, basically roughly the same amount of move as us going to 3,000 from here. 2-day also gives us the idea that we're going to pull back. Momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. Volatility is sideways right now, so it's telling us that this is a correction. We're bouncing at the 21 EMA at 2664. So if we do lose that, then our next target is going to be this somewhere between the 90% and the 55, which is currently just below 2600 at like 25,670 to 2540. And
that's
I would expect
literally what I have exactly 25,550, and that's on the daily where the EMA 100 is actually.
Interesting. Right next to that 55 on the 2-day, which will still be maintaining the silver cross. When's the last time we tested this 55? We have never tested it. Or we tested it right here, February of 2024. And then right after we tested it, we got the mother of all pumps.
Shut the fuck up, yeah.
And that's what I'm kind of expecting now. Come back down to test it over the next couple of months, and then get a slingshot from there to over 3,000. It's going to be a massive day on CNBC when gold is trading at over $3,000 an ounce.
Oh my God. Older 7 viewers are going to go nuts.
Oh yeah, they're going to be like, we told you Bitcoin retards for the last 15 years, even though Bitcoin is still up like several thousand%. Right now on the daily, momentum is breaking into the bearish control zone. We're breaking lower than we did in all of these other areas too. Our volatility is flipping up to support it. It's at 76%. Right now, it seems like we can still go a little bit more for our volatility setup, and that would give us somewhere around this daily 100 EMA at 2550. Switch to the momentum. 2550, very interesting area.
Mm-hmm.
Quarterly momentum is going to remain to the upside as long as we're above 2340. And we're going to maintain this bullish critical zone. Oh, shit. Last time we entered the bullish critical zone was right over here. Before any type of correction, we went up about 41%. Then we tested down to the 21 and then went up 82%. So now we're entering we enter the critical zone right there. Yeah. Let's count 41 and then 82% from there. Oh shit. 41% brings us right over 3,000 at 3,000, like 3,200, 3,300.
Mm-hmm.
And the 80s brings us, what do you know? 4,200. The number before was 4,400 on the HPDR.
Yep.
Monthly is going to remain up as long as we're over 26.18. We're going to remain within the critical zone. Although what tells me that we're probably going to go sideways from here and probably not pull back too much is that volatility is starting to contract while momentum is still pointed up. So we should be getting somewhat of a consolidation phase instead of a deep pullback. We would be getting a deeper pullback if price was currently under this momentum pivot.
Can you do me a huge favor and just once you're done with this, go straight into Baba? I need to take a gigantic piss.
Go into what?
Take a gigantic piss and also feed that real quick.
Go into what?
Baba, Alibaba.
Oh, okay, I see. I didn't hear.
Thank you. Don't close the fucking chart, son.
I gotta remember that. Last time I accidentally did. So on the weekly, after that shooting star candle, we're correcting down to the 9 EMA. And we see on our BBWP the volatility is contracting with it. So that's telling you that this is a corrective move, and you should be looking for a higher low before this continues back to the upside. Momentum is currently down as long as price is below 27.60, and it's about to correct down to the edge of the critical zone. So the critical zone is where I would expect this number to go down significantly, and then us to be able to flip back up and maintain the critical zone. The last time we ended up flipping back up with the critical zone was right before this pump right here to from the 21 EMA to our previous all-time highs. It's somewhere around like 24s roughly. So our 21 EMA would be, what do you know? Our 21 EMA is right at that 25.50 area we were looking at before. At 25.40, 25.50. Lines up with from a completely different indicator. 2 days currently breaking down from the critical zone. It's losing it, entering the bullish control zone. And it's going to be pointed down as long as price is below 27.80. Somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone is where I would expect this to flip back up, which is approaching one or two more closes, and we'll probably be there. And that might be somewhere around the 55 EMA, which, what do you know? 25.50. Daily is going to continue to the downside as long as we're below 27.90. And volatility is currently expanding with it. So that does support the move of us going down to somewhere around 25s. 4 hours at extreme levels after getting that massive dump. And we have a 4-hour silver cross to the downside now. So what I would expect is while volatility contracts, we would get a little bit of move up, retest this 200 SMA after closing below it. And I would look at this as a rejection point. And especially since momentum is rejecting the bullish control zone, and it's going to remain down as long as we're below 2,700. So I can see a move back up here, just below 2,700, test 2,700, reject it, and then get another expansive move to the downside in the 25s. So from the low time frames all the way up to the medium term time frames, it's looking corrective. It's looking like we're about to go down to the 25s. And then on the higher term time frames, it looks incredibly bullish, and it looks like we're probably going to go well over $3,000 and maybe $4,000 within the next year or two. The next one is Baba. I wonder if Jack Ma is still missing. I remember I once bought Baba in, I believe it was 2020, somewhere around 2020, just before they announced that he hadn't been seen in months. It was like one day after I bought that shit where they announced, "Oh, hey, look, Jack Ma hasn't been seen in 3 months." Shit nukes in pre-market. Monthly on Baba. This is still technically just, if you were to look at it by the book, this is just a lower high, a series of lower highs in a downtrend where we have a high, We have a low, we have a lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, which we're currently trying to put in a higher low, but this higher low is not going to be confirmed until we close above this high right here. That would put us in a uptrend instead of a downtrend. And we're still rejecting the 55 EMA on this monthly silver cross to the downside. If we lose this 5 EMA, which is lined right up with the 61.8 at 93, let's say $93, probably going to get a very aggressive move, dump for the downside. Volatility is going to start expanding again, probably going down to the bottom 38.2, which is at $66.72. But as long as we're above that, we're more likely to consolidate while these ranges step up than straight dumping down. Jules not looking so bad right now. Jules bouncing off of this pink fast moving oscillator and exiting the bearish control zone right now. Weekly is looking a little bit more corrective. Weekly tested all the way up towards this 95% range, close to the 100. Front ran the 200 SMA a little bit, and now we're getting a move and bouncing off this bottom top 38.2% at $95. Momentum is currently resetting. We're at 46%. Volatility is resetting. It's at 46% also. So as long as we hold this area, this should be somewhere our consolidation zone before we end up, and these ranges step up before we can try again to the upside. But if we lose this, then we're likely going to come back down, and we're going to come back down hard and aggressively. Volatility is going to start expanding from from the 40s, and we're likely coming down somewhere around this 90% area. And oh, what do you know? What number is this at? Beautiful, $69.50. Today is getting somewhat of a bounce, but it's rejecting this bottom 38.2% zone currently. As long as it's rejecting this, not only is it bearish, but it's super mega bearish, and we should be expecting more continuation towards the downside. The only thing that's telling me that we're likely not going to go down right now is that we're at getting close to very extreme levels on the HPDR. So I would expect some more consolidation right around this area right here, maybe another test this blue zone, this 21 EMA, before these ranges step down. And then I can see us coming down towards somewhere around this 100 to 200 SMA, which is somewhere between like $86 to like low $80. And our HPDR momentum is also flipping down with our volatility flipping up, which supports a move to the downside. Daily currently lost the blue 38.2% zone. We're rejecting the bottom of it right now. We're still over the 55 EMA though. So as long as we're over that, I would expect consolidation, just like in the previous time frame, the 2-day, around this zone before the ranges move, and then we can get our move up again. But if we lose the 55 EMA at $95.85, volatility is going to continue expanding while momentum goes down, and we're probably going down to this 100, and then eventually down to the 200. The 100 is at $90, the 200 is at $81. The 4-hour got to move down after we gapped and opened below our blue 38.2 zone, tested all the way down to the 61.8. Now we're getting a pretty aggressive bounce, and this can also be considered a swing failure pattern because we went below this candle's low. Took this liquidity right here, and now we're about to not only close above that, but we're about to close above this 100 EMA as well. So that's giving us an idea of a short-term mean reversion bounce. And if it closes like this, especially above this 100, we're likely to come up to this top 38.2%, which is right at $100. And if we find any type of strength here, we're very likely going to come up and fill this gap and tap this 95% zone at $108.03. But those are a bunch of ifs, and then if the certain scenario does play out. Right now, it's looking like it might play out, especially since momentum is about to fully reset and the volatility is about to expand to support it. And the jewel is giving us a pretty decent signal where we broke out of the bearish control zone, back tested it, held it as support, and now we're flipping back up again. So on the low term time frames, it's looking kind of bouncy. On the higher term time frames, it's still in a downtrend and it kind of looks like shit. So we would need to flip that previous rejective high on the higher term time frames, which I don't think we would be able to do, because that would take us to such extreme levels on our lower term time frames that what makes it more likely is that we tap that lower high area on our higher time frames, we reject it, make another lower high, and end up making more lower lows, because this thing basically just makes lower highs and lower lows.
Well, he did for many, 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 many fucking years. Hopefully now. And by the way, a scenario like the one that China went through when she like basically went and attacked all of their companies is kind of like the same scenario that Elon is proposing to do with the government. Just so we all know that. So this is why, to me, it doesn't make sense that everything is so bullish. But hey, let's go with it.
That's why it's so hilarious how the Democrats are talking about how Elon is a puppet of Putin and he takes his advice from Putin. I'm like, bro, she is right there. Why are you looking at Putin?
Yeah, exactly, dude. All righty, let me get to El Gold. And then after, because I'll also do Baba, then Nvidia. Ooh, hard hitters. Hard hitters. Ok, estamos haciendo oro. Bueno, no estamos haciendo oro. Más o menos, no. Bueno, ya voy a dejar de decir pendejadas. Discúlpeme, déjeme me reseteo. Ok, vamos a empezar con el oro. Vean esta tendencia alcista divina que, bueno, empezó en realidad desde el 2001, pero fuertemente desde el 2008 ha estado en una subida potente. Estos son velas trimestrales. Pueden ver que todo está arriba. Y esto, el oro con esta vela trimestral, por cierto, esta vela trimestral en el oro empieza a pintar algo topera la vela, lo pueden ver. Ya saben que una vela topera es cuando indica un tope y normalmente el cuerpo de la vela equivale, que es esta parte gorda, a 25% del total del tamaño y cierra en la parte del 25% de abajo de la vela. Eso nos dice que aquí probablemente habrá un tope y que si vamos a buscar a que el precio caiga y que haya continuación, tendrías que tener un cierre en los 2,600 en la trimestral. Así que para esto falta bastante. Esta vela topera, si es que le vamos a decir así, en un mes, 26 días, porque es lo que falta para cerrar. El oro está cotizando en 2,707 y ha llegado a un máximo histórico de $2,790. Ok. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual. El análisis del oro, honestamente, es más sencillo ahora de lo que se ve a largo plazo, porque lo que estábamos viendo a la temporalidad de súper largo plazo, voy a volver a regresar rápido ahí a la de 3 meses. Como pueden ver, la fuerza que lleva, simplemente, ¿qué necesitas? Cada que tienes ese tipo de movimientos, necesitas este tipo de cosas que se llama consolidación de precio, no reconciliación. ¡Wow! Ok. Necesitamos este tipo de consolidación de precio. Lo que nosotros creemos es que es lo que se va a dar antes de la siguiente parada. Y la siguiente parada para nosotros en el oro está por ahí de los $4,000. Y lo que diríamos es, va a tomar como 2 años llegar ahí. No pone que que va a lograr hacerlo rápidamente. ¿Por qué? Porque por ahora necesitamos consolidar precio justo como lo hicimos en esta zona. ¿Y eso qué nos dice? Que si nos vamos a acercar un poco más, sobre todo sobre todo a la gráfica semanal, podemos ver cómo venimos de toda esta expansión de volatilidad que los llevó también con el precio para arriba, para arriba, para arriba, fue de esta zona. El breakout ocurrió justamente acá en julio del 2024 en los 2,300 y nos llevó hasta acá arriba. Esta es una vela topera y esta vela, honestamente, si cierra así en 2 días y 5 horas, te va a dar confirmación de que va a haber un movimiento a la baja y va a haber continuación, que es lo que nosotros creemos. Ahora, ¿qué tanto va a caer el precio del oro? Lo estás viendo en la semanal y estás viendo el cero. Vamos a ponerte la diaria para que lo veas. Puedes ver cómo está expandiendo la volatilidad en lo que el precio cae, pero no viene de cero, por lo que no va a ser potente. Esto quiere decir que probablemente esta expansión de volatilidad nos lleve en estas zonas de los 2,600 hasta los 2,500 y de aquí continuar algo así y ¡pum! Hasta que llegue a los $4,000 eventualmente el oro. Es lo que tiene cara de que quiere hacer. Temporalidades largas, a largo plazo, el 3 meses tiene muy alcista. el un mes alcista, pero ya están cansadas y la temporalidad corta nos indica corrección y yo creo que lo están viendo, sobre todo en esta de 2 días. Pueden ver que venimos al promedio del 21, bajamos del 9, que normalmente es como el adelantamiento, y probablemente nos dirijamos al 55 y hasta el 100 que se encuentra también junto con esta línea meme en los 2550. Aquí es donde yo creo que es donde vamos a estar, 2550. Pero vamos a ranguear literalmente por acá, puede que se quede acá, puede que baje por acá, pero esto sería perfectamente normal, no violaría nada porque continúas el uptrend, la tendencia alcista a largo plazo, y pues es lo que hace que veamos al oro y se vea tan salvajemente alcista. ¿Tengo o no había puesto Baba por acá? Ahí está, Baba. Vamos a poner Alibaba rápidamente, que nos la enseñó Farhan, ¿no? Ok. Puta madre. Vean 3 meses, lo pueden ver por acá. Hemos hecho de estos mínimos, regresamos, hicimos estos altos hasta los $318 y volvimos a caer a los mínimos, idéntico al 59, y ahorita justamente estamos en 98.58. Pueden darse cuenta que rompimos esta zona para poder empezar a crear y a buscar nuevos altos, y nuestro siguiente objetivo serán los 138.17. El problema que estamos viendo en este momento es que estás viendo volatilidad caer al mismo tiempo que el precio, y esto también al mismo tiempo en la trimestral. Estamos viendo que estamos intentando tomar la 9. Definitivamente no queremos perder los 19, los 95.81. Si perdemos los 95.81, puede que esto haya sido un movimiento a falso y vayamos a continuar para abajo y ver otra vez los 60. Pero nos vamos a acercar un poco más. Acercándonos un poco más, empieza a pintarnos la idea de que este fue el alto, de que este fue el alto y que este alto es más alto que este, y que literalmente no va a poder continuarlo. Tal vez nos está presentando un escenario de continuación simplemente de lado, sin romper bajos, pero sí creando altos más bajos y después dar la continuación hacia arriba. Pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga eso. Necesitamos retomar el promedio de la 55, que está en 112.99 en la mensual. Y en la mensual vamos a ver rápidamente volatilidad. La volatilidad está expandiendo en la mensual, en lo que el precio está cayendo. Eso nos dice que probablemente vaya a continuar este movimiento a muy largo plazo, que son mensuales. Vamos a ver la semanal. La semanal está en extremos y la volatilidad se está dando la vuelta y ahora va para abajo. Después de cero volatilidad, tuvo este movimiento. Déjenme nada más lo mido por curiosidad. 71%, nada mal. Sí, son grandes los setups estos, de cuando tienes nada de volatilidad, la ves subir a 15% y una vez que lo hace, compras y te lo llevas toda la feria, carnal. Es de los mejores setups que he visto acá, pero se está acabando. Lo pueden ver en la semanal, cómo estamos bajando y consolidando por debajo de los $100. Esto porque ni siquiera nos quedamos aquí arriba. Al precio de Baba le gusta o estar encima de la línea o abajo de la línea. No tiene como punto medio. Y el hecho de que estemos consolidando aquí abajo me dice que estamos intentando romper, pero no podemos y nos va a dar continuación a esta zona de los $90, donde teníamos el último bajo, los últimos altos que habíamos hecho antes. Y eso no sorprendería mucho, sería simplemente regresar con la explosión a la alza, la expansión a la alza, regresar al mismo punto de antes para después continuar tu movimiento. En la diaria, podemos ver que la volatilidad está a punto de llegar a cero, en lo que el precio se está yendo de lado. Y aquí es donde te pone básicamente la línea en la arena. No quieres perder el promedio de la 55 en la diaria, que está en 95.85. Quieres que continúe acá. Y lo que nosotros pensamos es que esto va a ranguear por acá. De ahí tendrá una explosión a la alza Y la cosa importante va a ser si podemos romper los 117. Una vez que lo hagamos y trepemos, probablemente los 120 será nuestro siguiente objetivo, y romper los 120 va a ser muy importante porque no lo hemos hecho desde el 2023 o el 2022, que solamente lo hicimos por un segundo. Así que Baba, a corto plazo se ve correctivo, a mediano plazo se ve mejor y a largo plazo se ve algo bien, pero todavía no nos dice nada en realidad. Así que ahí lo tienen. What was the other one that I said?
Nvidia,
Oh, Nvidia. Yeah, I know that one.
pretty familiar one.
Pretty familiar. Let me see if... Nope, of course I don't have the ticker. Why not? Why not? I feel like Nvidia is pretty essential.
Yeah, every stream.
Yeah. Nvidia.
If someone didn't ask for Nvidia on one stream, I'd have to send out a couple of wellness checks.
Make sure that that's real people on the chat.
I hope you guys didn't go a little too wild with Trump's election.
Oh, wow, dude. Holy shit. All-time highs. Let's go.
The markets really like T.O. Donald.
But again, this should be the NFT moment. They reveal the NFT. We know it. It should come down and go sideways until the next announcement. No? Like, what's next?
I don't know. I'm guessing like they're gonna get as much euphoria as possible, and get as much people long as possible, and then drop it on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be very nice with a high 80s, low 90s Bitcoin, and then drop the knife.
That would be so sweet.
Quarterly is getting to very, very extreme levels. It's looking like our local top and macro top might be closer than not, especially since most of the time when we top out, it's somewhere between that 88.3 to 100% range, which are it's a very tight range with the price right now. Right now, we're tapping the 88.3, which is at $150.85. And then the 100% range, which I don't think is going to hit. I think we're probably going to top somewhere between here and the 90%. This is just a personal opinion. There's nothing to back that up. The 90% is at $162.90. But if we do top at the 100% range where we did last time, that would be at, good Lord, $282.69. But there's only one time where we really went to the 100%. That was in April of 24. Before that, we topped at 88.3, 88.3, 88.3. This time we went to the 95 and 100 and 88.3. So more often than not, we've topped for the cycle at the 88.3, and that's where we're about to get to right now, $151. But based off of how, and not only that, I actually thought volatility was still going up. It's not. It's contracting. Well, momentum is contracting. That's telling us that we're probably going to get a correction very soon. We might just be at $5 away from our next micro cycle top.
See?
Monthly is brushing up against the 50% area. It likes to top out at the 88.3 or 95%. Right now, that's a little bit of a different story, though. Well, volatility is flipping up and momentum is re-entering the bullish control zone. 88.3 would be over $200 on the monthly, though. A little confusing. While the monthly jewel is starting to flip back around within the bullish critical zone. That's a very powerful signal, especially if this gives us that light blue cyan in the next open within the critical zone. We should get a very aggressive pump from there. That lines up with us going to $200. The weekly momentum is flipping back up, re-entering the bullish control zone, and volatility is flipping up. The jewel is about to enter the critical zone. Oh shit, fuck. And we're closing over the 61.8. So if we close over this, especially this previous high and the 61.8, the 95% becomes our target. 95% is at $184. 2 days closed over the median. We're getting expansion. while momentum is flipping up, volatility is supporting it on to the upside. That takes us to the 88.3 to 95% as well. That's at between $170 to $182.09. 180 keeps coming back up. So maybe 180s we find our temporary short-term top before we continue to 200.
How is this company going to be worth so much money so fast?
I know, and Nvidia is going to be solidly the number one most valuable company in the world. Who would have guessed? Who would have thought?
Exactly. 3.56 trillion.
Holy shit. It takes me back to 2014 when I was trying to find whatever computer store I could in Houston to get myself some Nvidia graphics cards because they were all sold out. And back then, literally nobody knew what Nvidia was.
No one. Yeah. And now look, there's a fever.
And now Nvidia is a brand name, a household name. The daily candle went down, corrected down to the median, and we sprung up from the median and got a pretty nice bounce off of there. And we've hit new all-time highs from hitting the median. We closed in 3 hours and 15 minutes. While our momentum is pointed to the upside and volatility is very, very extreme lows. And now the jewel is starting to flip back around too and about to re-enter the bullish control zone. That should give us, when we get this expansion on volatility, a move to somewhere around the 78.6. And that is just below 160 at 157. See, but with how low volatility is, I could see us going to the 88.3 or 90%. That is around 160s.
God damn.
4 hours reaching very extreme levels. 4 hours telling me that we probably make somewhat of a local top somewhere around 150, maybe 153, 155. Get some consolidation before we hit those 160s. Let's look at the momentum.
I don't know what we did today, but there's 4,100 people here.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching that classic tonight, Scarface.
Oh, are you?
Yep. My girl hasn't seen it, so I'm going to show it to her for the first time.
Look at you. How would you say this? Expanding culture.
Right? That one scene where his friend is trying to show him how to pick up women in America, and he gets slapped.
Yeah.
That's like something that's what's the word? Trademarked by you.
It's something that I like to use. It's something that I enjoy doing.
Does it usually follow up with a slap?
Actually, I only do it on Instagram to people, because if I did it in real life, I'd get put in jail.
It's going to be like Randy Marsh when he was like, I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
I thought this was America. Exactly. No, I know this is America. That's why I don't do it.
On the monthly, on the stochastic momentum, we're starting to flip back up right after a test of the edge of the critical zone. So we're maintaining the critical zone. And the momentum is going to be to the upside as long as we're above $132.12. Momentum is very strongly to the upside on the monthly. It's looking like we're going to keep going up. Maybe my idea of being close to the top is wrong. Quarterly momentum is going to be up as long as we're above $130, basically. And we're continuing going up while volatility is resetting, which is incredibly bullish. Monthly, weekly. I hate it whenever people call me. I hate talking on the phone.
Same.
Weekly is currently headed to the upside as long as momentum is above 132. So that 130 area keeps coming back as a very significant number.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably going to be a retest of this 21 EMA, to be honest, if we do get a pullback.
And it's the 55 on the daily, like around the one. Well, it said 129 now, but it'll be up there.
After our previous all-time high hit, and we corrected down to the 9 EMA, our volatility was contracting. It entered extreme lows below 15% at like 13 point something percent, and now we're hitting new all-time highs from very, very low volatility. So once this volatility starts expanding, we're going to get a pretty aggressive pump from here. And I could see us going up to that $160 local top before some consolidation from this setup right here. And we're flipping back up on momentum at the critical zone. And the pivot is $142.64. So if we close below this though, then we're probably going to get volatility expansion to the downside, and we're probably going to go somewhere around 130. But as long as we have this set up, more likely than not, we're going to continue up. Daily volatility is expanding right now from extreme lows, and momentum is about to flip up and go back into the bullish control zone. And the pivot is currently $141.50. 4 hour as well, we're getting a massive gap to the upside. We're getting volatility expansion from 4 periods of zero volatility, and we're entering into the bullish control zone on momentum, and pivot is currently 136. Momentum is up above 136. So from the medium time frames, it's looking like kind of a correction. Higher time frames, looking like a correction might be soon, but that the monthly and the quarterly can go on for so long that it can be like a year and a half before that correction actually does play out. And the lower time frames are saying that we're getting volatility expansion towards the upside, and we should expect that move towards the numbers that we saw in the higher time frames, like around 160s, 180s, possibly up to the $200 area if volatility really starts expanding. And then over there, then the higher time frames will eventually take control, and we're probably going to have to do some consolidation. But who knows when that will be, because the famous phrase, the market can stay irrelevant longer than you can stay solvent. So maybe it happens in the $200 area, maybe in the 180s, maybe it takes a year and a half. But eventually, we're probably going to end up topping with how extremes we're getting into the quarterly and the monthly. But on the 4 hour and the daily, back up the idea that the top is not in yet.
Very nice. I appreciate that. XLY.
XLY, what is that?
Make sure XLY. Yeah, Martin is asking for it.
Is that a crypto or just stock?
No clue. The
SPDR Select Sector Fund. We got a lot of boomers.
We do. Ok, vamos a ver rápidamente Nvidia, damas y caballeros. Tremenda tabla. Recuerden que Nvidia lo hicieron 10 veces menos de lo que valía. Hicieron un split de 10-1 en las acciones. Ahorita el precio de Nvidia, que cuando empezó el craze completo, ¿se acuerdan que estaba en $300 y todos decíamos, no, es que ahí está el tope? Y luego llegó a 500, luego 600, 700. Ahorita literalmente estaría en $1,450. Es una verdadera locura. Está en máximos históricos. Vamos a empezar en temporalidades altas, donde, de acuerdo a los indicadores de momentum y volatilidad, el HPDR, etcétera, estamos viendo que estamos un poco en una zona de sobrevendido, de nuevo, de sobrecomprado. De nuevo, cuando estás sobrecomprado, no importa, el mercado puede mantener eso por muchísimo tiempo, puede mantenerse completamente loco por mucho tiempo. Este fue el movimiento que vieron desde el 2022 hasta el 2023. Estamos hablando solamente para enseñarles chart porn a todos ustedes, de 1800%. Y esto no es un shitcoin, esto no es cripto, esto es literalmente Nvidia. En este momento está cotizando altos históricos en 145.31. Pueden ver que rompió el último alto histórico acá y justamente se encuentra el velazo por acá, pero a esta vela le falta un mes, 26 días para cerrar, así que es bastante. Obviamente Nvidia está muy por encima de todos sus promedios y los promedios están bastante bien separados, y podemos ver esto justamente, cómo nos dice la volatilidad que estamos en extremos, pero esto de nuevo puede continuar por un rato, y es más, véanla acá. Exactamente, o sea, lo hizo por 1, 2, 3, 4 trimestres, un año entero. Entonces, ¿puede esto continuar? Sin lugar a dudas. Vámonos rápidamente a la mensual. En la mensual estamos viendo un poco esa consolidación, un poco parecida a la de Bitcoin, junto con el mismo movimiento para arriba. ¿Esto qué nos dice? Que el precio de Nvidia va a continuar este movimiento, y este es un movimiento de tendencia. Está apoyado por la volatilidad. Puedes ver que está exactamente en temporalidades altas. La volatilidad está no en extremos porque no está al 100, pero está en 82%, que es bastante alta, y aún así estamos aquí arriba. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal, donde de nuevo estamos viendo cómo la volatilidad está siendo apoyada por momentum. Acá, de este lado tienes todas estas bellezas. Esta tendencia alcista continúa. yo creo que lo más sencillo de ver acá es cuando nos acercamos a la diaria, porque en la diaria tenemos todos los setups correctos. En la diaria está volatilidad a punto de llegar al 15%, les voy a poner la línea en 15.30, disculpen, nunca es exacto acá, pero una vez que volatilidad cruce esto y estás viendo el movimiento a donde va, está empujando, que es a la alza, lo que vamos a ver es a Nvidia continuar este movimiento. ¿Qué es lo que esperamos nosotros? Simplemente esto. Puede que haya unas correcciones por acá hasta los 130 y eventualmente continuar, aunque lo que pensamos es que esto podría llegar tranquilo a los 150, 160, 170 y continuar el camino. A fin de cuentas, nuestro precio objetivo está casi cercano de los $200 por acción en Nvidia, que lo pone en una evaluación absolutamente ridícula, si me preguntan a mí. Pero bueno, es lo que es y es lo que está pasando en este mundo de inteligencia artificial. Así que Nvidia se ve bastante alcista. Definitivamente no quieres perder el nivel de los 130. Si pierdes el nivel de los 130, porque puedes ver cómo esta zona de los 130 fue un SFP, acá te rechazó, pero acá estás por encima. Entonces, simplemente esperarías hacer esto en toda esta zona y continuar formando estructura y continuar ese movimiento a la alza como lo ha hecho todo este tiempo Nvidia. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, potentemente fuerte. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que vamos a hacer ahora? Se me olvida absolutamente todo lo que tenemos que hacer. Un segundo. Es XLY. Vale. Vamos a ver XLY. ¿Qué chingados es eso?
XLY. Let me share my screen.
There it is. Wow. All-time highs.
This entire market is very, very ecstatic about Trump's election.
It really is.
Just imagine
for being the end of the world and the Nazi apocalypse, it's pretty bullish.
Didn't you hear though? Everybody who invests is a straight up SS Nazi.
Oh, I see. That's what it is.
Imagine the bloodbath we would have had if Kamala won.
I mean, looking at the market, what it's doing now, yeah, it would have been absolutely terrible. It really would have.
We would have had one of these.
Exactly.
So currently we're over the on the monthly, we're over the top blue 38.2% zone. We're getting very sharp, aggressive expansion towards the upside. We have momentum breaking into the bullish control zone, volatility flipping up to support it. The jewel is about to enter the critical zone right here. The pink is above the yellow. It's looking quite bullish on the monthly. I would look for somewhere, if it continues like this, to hit up somewhere around this 88.3, which right now 88.3 is roughly $220. Quarterly is also above this top 38.2. It closed above it, then it back tested it, and now it's getting expansion to basically new all-time highs. Momentum is still within the bullish control zone, while volatility is kind of sideways, is a neutral 50% area. So if we can close over this previous candle's high close, which is $200.37, it's also roughly against that 50% area as well. We should get a pretty nice pump towards this 88.3% to the 95%. And since our volatility has completely reset, that does give us enough juice on the volatility to get up to those levels. And that would be $232.69, beautiful, all the way up to $253.01. So I previously, from the monthly, we were looking at 220. So that coincides very close to that $230 area, $232. Weekly is getting a very nice green candle. Basically no wick to the upside at all. And we're holding this top 38.2% after closing above it. Now we're getting expansion. Volatility is shifting up and momentum is re-entering the bullish control zone. So we should be expecting somewhere around the 78.6 to 88.3. Since volatility is completely reset, I would say the 88.3 is a lot more likely. And that takes us to just about $220. 2 days getting a very nice gap up. We were previously within the top 38.2% zone, but like this time over here, we got a nice gap up and we moved all the way over here. We moved to the 95%. Here we moved to the 88.3. Somewhere around the 88.3 to the 95%. So that would put us basically around $214 to $220. So $220 once again. 4 hours getting above the 95% area. So right here, the 4 hour, based on the 4 hour, I would expect, unless we close like this, like if we close like this, then
That's
I would say
insane.
we probably keep expanding towards the upside. But if we close below this 95%, this candle is going to flip red, and this is going to be a very, very, very like obvious top candle, and we're probably coming back down aggressively to not only fill this gap but also tap this top 38.2% area at $200. But if we do close like this and we close like this hammer, we're probably going to keep going up. The momentum is going to hit 100%. Volatility is going to hit 100%. Jewel is going to enter the bullish control zone. And we probably keep going up towards that like 230s roughly area. Let's draw one of these and see if I can get a number. So we're already over the 161.8%. Our next number would be the 261.8%. That one is currently sitting at $213.80. And then the next level, what do you know? $220.
Wow. It's like in every single temporality, that shit's coming up.
Yep, $220.
Yep. No, sadly not Pepe.
Damn it. Quarterly has 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence.
Whoa.
And it's still going to be active unless we close below $183.11. So that would give us a target of the bullish control zone and then the bullish critical zone. Bullish control zone, what do you know? 235.75. That would tap our 220 number, go up to maybe 230s, and from there we would have to reevaluate. We're getting a quarterly momentum of volatility creeping back to the upside. We're crossing over the moving average too. So that's telling us that this move that we're getting right now to all-time highs is not a corrective move, and we should be looking for higher, especially since we're only at 64.5%. We can go to 100%. We can go another 36% on volatility before we've tapped out. Weekly also has hidden bullish divergence, but we've already hit the critical zone, so we can't really get a target from there. Three days expanding from literally zero volatility while we're maintaining the bullish control zone and about to flip back into the bullish critical zone. 2 day has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence and 4 periods of 0% volatility, which is now expanding from at 19%. So critical zone is going to be our first target. Critical zone right now is at 222.44. And nothing on the daily. Four-hour also has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence in play. Volatility is expanding to support it. So the critical zone would be the target. That one's at 224. Interesting. So from multiple different indicators, multiple different setups, and multiple different time frames, I'm seeing that the short-term bottom might be in, and we're going to continue expanding. And I'm seeing a target of roughly somewhere between $220 and $235, and I'm getting that from multiple different setups. So I'm thinking that that's going to be a very significant area for price to react around.
God damn. God damn. Thank you, sir. Tesla. Took a while, but we got there.
Elon. We all know Elon's happy tonight. Probably hitting a couple celebratory lines.
Dude, can you imagine? Like, and they won everything. Like, they literally won everything.
Yep, they got the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, the presidency.
They fucked with them, and they told them that they were going to cancel him and they were going to close his fucking little social media operation. They were going to kick him out of the country, and now he runs all 3 faces of the government and owns them.
Biden was talking about deporting him.
Yeah. How's that going to go now? Fucking idiots.
Good luck, Senior Joe.
Yeah. It's going to go down.
While you translate, I'm going to go to the restroom real quick.
Sounds good. Instantáneamente me fui a poner la de 3 meses, la de 3 días en vez de 3 meses. Como pueden ver, mi cerebro ya no está funcionando. Ok, aquí está XLY. XLY es SPDR Select Sector Fund Consumer Discretionary. Esto es un ETF, es un trust. Uy, atención con el doble pico, ¿eh? Podría ser lo que se esté dando, pero los indicadores de momentum y de volatilidad de Farhan nos dicen que va a haber continuación, por lo que probablemente este doble pico, este doble techo, se podría dar, ¿eh? Se podría dar justamente acá en los dos. ¿Sí llegó a tocarlo? Espérame, déjame pongo mi man rápidamente. Ahí lo tienes, en 215. Ok, interesante. Vamos a analizar esto todos juntos de una vez. Estamos viendo la tabla, podemos ver que habíamos llegado a extremos justamente acá. Tuvimos una corrección en la que la volatilidad había decidido bajar y ahora la volatilidad continúa hacia arriba en la trimestral. ¿Qué nos dice esto? Pueden ver bajos más altos, altos, y ahora estamos buscando romper estos altos, que es el objetivo principal de este movimiento. Y de nuevo, es súper fácil entender la tendencia que sigue el precio, es tendencia alcista, lo puedes conectar acá y para poder entenderlo tranquilamente y verlo sin problema alguno. Vale, de aquí nos vamos a la mensual. La mensual nos pone un poco en la misma situación, donde hemos logrado romper estos altos que teníamos antes. Tuvimos un bajón acá justamente en marzo, tuvimos este subidongo hasta el precio tope, donde creamos y formamos una vela topera, la pueden ver acá. La segunda vela no confirmó porque no cerró debajo de esta. Cuando no cierras abajo por total de la vela, no hay confirmación de que esta vela fue una vela de tope. Y también la otra cosa que lo puede cancelar es si cierras arriba del tope de los 215, hubieras cancelado esto. Pero normalmente, y por eso siempre les digo, son dos confirmaciones y no una, porque esta te hubiera jugado sucio, pero esta sí cerró aquí abajo, donde pueden ver que te confirmó el bajón y el ajuste. Y ese ajuste puede, en esta vela, al fondo, de casi 40%. O sea, bastante significante el movimiento que te hubiera podido ahorrar simplemente esperar esta confirmación. Obviamente te lo hubieras comido todo porque el cierre fue acá, pero si cerraste acá, hubieras, en vez de la bajada son 31%, te hubieras ahorrado el 31% de esa bajada. Es por eso que es importante entender confirmaciones. Estamos viendo la mensual. Pueden ver que la volatilidad ha estado yéndose de lado junto con el precio en lo que está subiendo. Vamos rápidamente a la semanal. La semanal es una brutalidad. Esta vela es una vela bastante alcista. No tiene ni siquiera colita ni tampoco tiene tope y sigue empujando hacia la alza. Está por encima del promedio de la 9, el 21, de todo lo que se puedan imaginar. Y en todas las temporalidades estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo, donde aquí yo creo que la diaria es la que mejor te enseña todo. Puedes ver que el precio está subiendo en lo que la volatilidad está expandiéndose agresivamente, está en 65%, lo que nos dice que todavía le queda bastante y aparte viene de cero, que es justamente de esta zona donde estaba en el tope. Ahí les va el análisis entero de XLY rápidamente. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que deberíamos de poder no solamente aniquilar este alto, pero también lograr un alto en los 220 a los 240. Esos es los precios que estamos viendo nosotros en este momento con XLY, donde creemos que el movimiento puede continuar. Ahora, ¿va a darte todo este movimiento de una vez? No lo creemos. Algo que sí debemos de decir es que en la diaria esperamos no cerrar acá. En realidad es la de 4 horas. Sí, la de 4 horas definitivamente no quiere cerrar abajo de 256, le quedan 22 minutos. Yo creo que esto casi está contado como hecho. Y esto, lo que nosotros esperamos es que el precio continúe algo así. Puede que llegue ahí, que baje y no nos sorprendería ver un bajón hasta esta zona del 199. ¿Por qué? Porque si se ponen a ver tantito el gráfico, pueden darse cuenta que una vez que rompimos esto, este fue una salida, salida falsa. Este podrías decir que también porque caíste y después tuviste la ruptura. Esta es una nueva zona. Este es un nuevo rango, si lo quieres ver así, donde el precio va a estar coqueteando contigo y con todo el mundo por acá, después de dar continuación y después lo vas a querer trepar a este rango en los 215. Yo simplemente pondría mi resistencia en 215 para ver si lo va a poder lograr pasar. Si lo puede lograr pasar, bien. Si no lo puede lograr pasar, pues aquí muy probablemente vas a corregir esta zona de los 201 hasta los 199 y después eventualmente continuar tu movimiento a largo plazo, que es lo que estamos viendo en todos lados con esto. Así que no hay mucho, no hay que perderle y es lo que habíamos dicho, ¿no? La volatilidad en la diaria estaba, sí, expandiendo. En la de 4 horas está roja a punto de, pero todavía le queda, puede lograr está en un 81% y le gusta ir hasta 99%, entonces no me sorprendería nada si sigue expandiendo. Eso quiere decir que a corto plazo va a continuar empujando. Un segundo, déjame veo. No sé si me estés escuchando, Bruno, o no, pero yo sí lo puedo ver en el sitio. Le voy a dar una refrescada y te aviso qué pedo. Sí, aquí estamos. Aquí estamos. Todo bien. Dame un segundo, le voy a contestar.
Is there an issue with the website?
That's what Bruno said, but it's fine. I just checked. All right. So there you have it. That's XLY. Now you got Tesla. Tesla. Let me get my Tesla up. Let's see if Rivian is recovering or getting worse. Wow, probably getting worse. It went all the way to 950. And volatility is expanding above 15% now. Like it's
crazy how it's dumping so hard when Tesla is looking like this.
I know. I know. That was the trap for everyone, I think.
I have these meme lines drawn up on Tesla on the quarterly. Not only we're about to close over this top 38.2%, but we're about to, what is this? These dots. The fuck? All right. So we're going to close over the 38.2%, the 50%, and this meme line right here. So if we close over this, we have a statistical target based off of the mean lines and the volatility expansion with momentum breaking into the bullish control zone of going to the top 78.6%, which would be basically a hair above our previous all-time highs. Yeah, at $432.66. I love the way that these meme lines work, where just closing over this one basically gives you a free ride to that top one. You don't even need the HPDR for that. The HPDR just gives you added confluence. Where let's minimize it. Like if you didn't have the HPDR, you just had your meme lines. Like these just silly little yellow lines do all of the work for you that an $800 indicator would have told you. Gee, look at me being a retard wasting money on indicators.
No, the indicator is fucking dope as fuck. HPDR. I'm installing it later today.
The one you want to use is the HPDR bands, not the regular HPDR, because that one is a less updated version. The HPDR bands, but every single candle close, it updates.
Okay.
The jewel on the monthly is about to enter into the bullish control zone after rejecting it the first time around. Now the pink is about to cross over the yellow. And the pink crosses over the yellow and it enters the bullish control zone. Tesla should get a very, very powerful move to the upside. At the very least, towards the 78.6%, which would be new all-time highs. And that's a pretty massive move from here. It's actually. That's like more than 50%. That's pretty insane. Quarterly's got to move down to the bottom 38.2%. Now we're back over it strongly and over the meme line with volatility at literally 0%. Holy shit.
Whoa.
And then momentum has fully reset as well. The last time that we expanded from 0% volatility on the quarterly, get ready for this. That's right here. Price went up 2,000%. Wow. We went up to the 100% range on the HPDR. That would take us, fellas.
That is insane.
Take this with a grain of salt, and don't cream your pants when you hear this number. But $3,100.
Just a super chill 10x.
Yeah, just a small 10x. Just a $9 billion company.
No, 9 trillion.
Oh, 9 trillion. My bad, I'm retarded. Just a $9 trillion company.
9 billion. What do you think this is, Rivian? It's fucking disgusting.
I'm sorry, I'm a retard. The weekly right now is about to close over the top 38.2% also. So that gives us a statistical move somewhere around the 88.3 to the 90%, which is very close to that top meme line. I feel like we're just going to go straight to the meme line. That's at 360 to 366. While the momentum is breaking back into the bullish control zone and volatility is flipping up to support it. Yeah, that's a setup for this top meme line. 2 days gapped up, open well above this bottom meme line, and we're getting a volatility to extreme levels with momentum at extreme levels, and HBDR is above the 90%. So that tells me that unless we if we don't hold this area, this 90% on a close, this is $284.65. The closing below that would also turn this candle red, and that would tell us that the local top is very likely in, and we're probably coming back down and test this meme line at the very least. And if this line doesn't hold, then this would just be a deviation, and we should be expecting these lows to break. But as long as this area holds, we should not even get a correction down here, and we should just continue upwards towards this top meme line.
So basically 284.65.
Yes, I believe it was 284.65.
284.65.
The daily is a little different because the ranges have stepped up on the daily. We've corrected down to the bottom of the top 38.2%, and we're getting a move up from there, while our momentum is reset completely and is back into the bullish control zone, and volatility is starting to flip up. How's the jewel doing? The jewel is starting to curve back around as well, right below the bullish control zone. So once it curves back up on this next open, it should be back within the bullish control zone. And now that the ranges have stepped up, that tells me that we can probably go back up towards this 88.3 to 90% now, which is just over $300. Four-hour though is telling me that we're at very extreme levels, and we're gonna have to hold 287.75 on a close, or we're likely gonna come back down and retest this meme line. But if we do close like this, I don't want to give this number out right now because this is going to change as you see that they move up and down on the 100%. 100% is very volatile, but as of right now, the 100% is at 394.89, so that's 395, very close to previous all-time highs. Right there at that meme line too. I don't think we're going to go straight to this meme line without any correction, though. I would very highly doubt that.
No, the 300 should be
nice.
Yeah, and it's a critical point on the chart too. Being above 300 guarantees 400, basically.
Interesting. I still have this meme box that I drew in. Let me close this.
By the way, there's going to be someone that's just watching this on X or something. If you guys want to trade with us, go on our Discord. It's absolutely free to participate. There's a community. We give away and give out trade signals for everyone, like small trades that we take. And if you are looking for a little bit more in detail stuff, we also have elitetradingacademy.us, and in there we have a trading course that is called From Zero to Trader. And if you don't know shit about trading, you watch that shit. By the end of it, you'll understand everything we're talking about here. You won't be a mathematician and you won't be a fucking genius and know everything, but it'll help you learn and build a base so that you can actually become really, really good like these guys. So just saying, there's that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's no amount of studying that'll actually make you a good trader. You just have to trade.
That's really it. Yeah, but it's important to know like the basis and the terms and everything.
Without those, then you're trying to ride a bike without any wheels.
Yeah. I mean, I learned so much translating that fucking course myself. I'm like, oh,
I just thought of a better analogy.
What?
It's like buying a Pagani and without the wheels and the tires. If you thought Porsche nickel and dimed you for everything, oh man.
Oh, dude, people don't know anything. Yeah.
Would you like that Pagani with or without the wheels, sir?
I take it without the wheels at this point. How am I going to be able to afford another $7 million just for the wheels?
Most of these guys just leave them parked in their garage anyways. Why do they need the wheels?
Exactly.
There was a certain somebody, I'm not going to say his name, but when they went into his garage, buddy's Wyra had like 20 miles on it.
No.
Yeah, it's certain that real estate dude, the guy who loves commercial real estate right now.
Oh yeah. Well, they're not his cars. It's an investment fund.
Oh, I see. So on the quarterly, we're about to flip back up on momentum, rejecting getting within the bearish control zone. And as long as we're above $285, it's going to flip back up, and we should move back into the bullish control zone. Last time we went into the bullish control zone was right here on Tesla, right before this monumental biblical pump of right there, 471%.
Well, now you're getting a 10x according to your bullshit. So.
Oh yes, everyone. That's financial advice, by the way. We're getting a 10x. We also have somewhat of a bastardized Head and Shoulders right here, which we're close to breaking above and invalidating, and that would give us a measured move of. Let me turn off this magnet.
You actually have an inverse Head and Shoulders on the weekly on Tesla.
Oh shit! You have a regular Head and Shoulders and an inverse. I see it. I'll do this one. Fuck it. I'll do the inverse.
That's the one that's going to hit, in my view, because it already broke the neck.
That puts us at previous all-time highs.
Exactly. Yep.
Just at that HBDR target as well, right at $430 to $440. Very nice. Very interesting. And we're starting from the exact same point on volatility where we were at back then too. So the stars are all aligning. Mm-hmm. But there's one other thing that we have going for us. We've made significantly higher lows than where we were here, but momentum went lower than we were right there. That's the drive of hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. Monthly is also expanding from pretty low volatility. We're at 50%. We're about to enter into the critical zone, and the pivot is currently 188.10. So let's say 189 to be safe. As long as we're above $189, we're going to enter the critical zone. Last time we entered the critical zone was once again right over here, right before we went to current all-time highs. Let's see what number this gives me. What do you know? Right at the previous all-time highs. Weekly is going to be up as long as price is over $270. We're going to enter the critical zone too. We're getting expanding volatility above the moving average. Tells us we're going to go higher. Probably towards that $300 area meme line, get a little bit of consolidation, correction there at that psychological 300 number, then probably upwards towards 400s. Volatility expansion on the 2-day, entering the critical zone. We're going to be up as long as price is over $262. Daily is at extreme volatility, but it's starting to expand once again after starting to contract. And we're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. We're going to be up on momentum as long as we're above 270. 4 hour starting to expand again after coming below 50% on volatility. And moving back up, we're at 80%. And we're rejecting the bearish control zone. We're going to be up as long as price is over $255. So basically from the lowest time frames from the, like 4 hour all the way up to the quarterly and the monthly, it's looking like maybe we'll get some consolidation around $300 area. Consolidation, maybe pullback. I wouldn't bet on it. I would just say that it's likely. And then from there, we're probably going to previous all-time highs around $400. And then maybe even higher, maybe 10x. Financial advice to max out all of your credit cards.
Oh my God. You keep fucking telling these people they're gonna do it, dude. They're gonna do it. No. I'm gonna end up being the one that does it. There's two more. Let's close it with those two more. SMCI, and then we'll do P. Diddy.
P. Diddy. Make sure we got enough baby oil.
Absolutely. I'll be ready for it.
There was apparently a clip that came out from one of the Diddy things that I heard where he's like, get all oiled up. Make sure your breath is fresh.
There's no way. If there's a video of him saying that, I'm in. I'm absolutely in.
That's like one of the leaked audio from one of his parties where he's like, get all oiled up and make sure your breath is fresh. Sounds like he's describing an orgy.
That's fucking incredible. Ok, estamos viendo, este es uno de mis gráficos favoritos y sobre todo de cómo lo estoy viendo. Esto es Tesla. Hemos platicado 1 millón de veces lo que este es uno de estos triángulos y que llegando al apex, que es estando cerca de esta zona, es cuando rompe el precio a la alza o a la baja. Y lo hemos visto en otras tablas en este momento. Tienes esta línea de resistencia que literalmente ha detenido al precio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, bla, 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 veces todo este tiempo, pero por fin pueden darse cuenta que el precio vino después de haber subido acá, cayó de vuelta, volvió a intentarlo, volvió a caer de vuelta, pero esto ya fue un escape de bajo. Perdón, fue una desviación, ese escape falso. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Algo bastante alcista, porque ya vino acá, se recargó y el precio está expandiendo. Esto estoy enseñándoles en la tabla semanal y tenemos que prender esto. Pueden ver que el precio está subiendo y qué está pasando acá con la volatilidad, está expandiendo y solamente está en 40%, lo que nos dice que tiene bastante lugar para continuar. Eso es muy bueno para todos los que son alcistas en Tesla. Otra cosa que vale la pena, según yo ver, es este hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Vean, si nos ponemos de acá y nos ponemos finos, hombro, cabeza, hombro, y lo rompió acá. Ahora vas a necesitar que tengas otro cierre encima de esta zona de los 262 para que te confirme. Pero este hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso tiene un objetivo de, lo vamos a poner acá, acá, acá. Recuerden que lo mides de la parte más alta de la cabeza o más baja, dependiendo si es inverso o no, y lo pones donde se rompe el neckline. Y eso nos llevaría literalmente a $386, que es el siguiente nivel. Además, vean lo limpio que queda eso. O sea, no lo puedes ni, no puedes ni siquiera inventar cosas así. Entonces, 386 es probablemente lo que veamos. De acuerdo a todas las divergencias ocultas alcistas que hay en el precio en todas las temporalidades, esto va a tener continuación. Lo que tal vez veamos a corto plazo es un poco de corrección de esto en esta zona, pero vamos definitivamente a un objetivo de altos históricos con Tesla, de acuerdo al momentum y la volatilidad y su expansión. Es lo que tiene cara de Tesla. Se ve muy alcista, no hay dónde tirarle un argumento bajista. Estás creando, rompiendo todos estos altos, rompiendo este alto, y ahora tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los $300. Lo que sí esperamos es que probablemente cuando llegues a los 300 tengas ese famoso, ve, ya nos vamos, te baje una vez más por acá y luego continúe. Eso es lo que nosotros creemos que va a pasar, pero como sea, esto apunta para arriba, se ve alcista, tienes oficialmente un breakout en esta zona después de haberte peleado con el precio literalmente desde el 2021 hasta ahora, y todos los indicadores de Farhan y nos dan precios completamente ridículos. Hay uno que nos da un 10x. La razón por qué, y quiero poner esto en la mesa para todos nosotros, es la última vez que vimos un setup como el que hay ahorita, donde la volatilidad llegó hasta acá abajo y expandió, o sea, vean cuánto tiempo ha pasado desde entonces. Ha sido una locura, pero no es en la mensual, en la diaria. En la diaria, o sea, estamos acá, estamos en 91% y puede tranquilamente llegar hasta el 98% antes de cansarse. ¿Qué les iba a decir? Eh, sí, básicamente nada bajista. Lo único que decimos es, si no quieres bajar, si no, ahora sí que no es que si no quieres, pero si te estás posicionando por alguna razón en medio de esto, definitivamente no quieres perder los 280, eran 280, exactamente, $285, si lo estás haciendo en temporalidad muy corta. Por eso no importa. A fin de cuentas, tenemos objetivos bastante altos, incluyendo hasta un 10x en total de dónde estamos ahorita, en total con el precio, pero eso va a tomar una gran cantidad de tiempo. La tabla de Tesla se ve potente y además aquí hay otra cosa que puedes medir. puedes medir este movimiento siempre de la parte de arriba del triángulo a la parte de abajo y luego ver dónde lo rompió y ponerlo acá. Y eso también nos debería dar otro objetivo, $550. ¿Alguien cree que $550 después de haber hecho máximo histórico en noviembre del 2021 y haber caído por todo este tiempo y consolidado está fuera de mano? No. Esto va a pasar, damas y caballeros. Va a pasar. Alrighty, SMCI, Sun.
Super Microcomputer. Very interesting name.
Oh, wow. It continues to fall.
Yeah, this thing looks like shit. Wow, this is literally the Christmas tree pattern.
Yeah. The Solana Christmas tree.
So we proceeded to go on a biblical pump of 14,358%, you know, just a calm is that like 140x?
Just your usual stuff.
No, that might 1,400% will be a 14x. So yeah, 140x.
Yeah.
So if you put in $10,000 into here, I can't do the math, but I'm assuming that's
hang on.
million?
$10,000 times 14,000?
No, times 140.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Then,
1.4
no,
mil.
1 second. Actually, I'm going to do it with my calculator because now I'm curious myself. 140 times.
Neither one of us can do the math.
1.4 million. You were right. Absolutely right. Sounded right, but
Sheesh.
well done, sir.
Imagine
1.4 million.
Imagine putting 10K into something and in 3 years having it
The
do 1.4 million.
The problem is once your 10K becomes like 100K, you pulled that shit. Like, you're like, come on.
Yeah, probably. Most likely. Probably before that.
Yeah, it's a 10x already, which is insane.
And then once it goes up 14,000%, you're like, wow, how was it retard? But right now we're getting so we got that 14,000% move up. And then now we're getting a calm 83.5% move to the downside, which is so crazy because like this is tens of thousands of percent, but which made probably a couple of people very, very, very wealthy. And this little double-digit move of 82% literally wiped everybody out from anywhere in this area. We're tapping right. Reason why I think that we're probably gonna find a local bottom sometime soon. We're getting very close to this top 38.2% area at $19.52. And even if it's not like the macro bottom and we don't reverse from there, we at the very least will get some type of reaction from there, especially because this is a very strong, important level and on a very high time frame like the quarterly. Plus, our momentum and volatility are starting to reset too. So once those are resetting, it tells us that this correction should be we should be looking for a higher low. And now momentum is breaking down from the bullish control zone. It's still heavily positive. It can come all the way down here before this correction is done, and we could still just make another higher low before we end up continuing to the upside again. Volatility is also starting to reset too. The jewel is getting out of the critical zone, so we would be hoping for it. This is still bullish for it to start curving back around somewhere on the edge of the bullish control zone. If we lose this though, then we're probably going significantly lower, and that 80% to the downside is probably going to be like 99% to the downside from all-time highs. This thing moves like a crypto.
Yeah. But this is because SMCI had the problem that they were going to be servicing Nvidia, or they were servicing Nvidia, now they're not. Is it them? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Loop Capital, Barclays, Goldman Sachs have lowered. Oh, so they've lowered their price targets. That means it's probably going to bounce somewhere around here.
Yeah.
And that's what the HBDR says as well, because we're below the 100% on the HBDR. Statistically, you have a 0% chance of closing below there. Have we ever closed below the 100%? Nope. It's always been awake. Never closed below the 100%.
No, never closed. You're right.
Never closed below it. So what's more likely right now, what would be the easy trade based off statistics, is probably to long it somewhere right here and TP somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is not a very big move, but it's basically as close to free money as you can get. It's 20 to 25% move to the upside.
It's still pretty damn good. I don't know if Alex is alive or not, but you should tell him to set it up.
SMCI?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, because we have literally all of the stats in our favor. So the combination of us being below the 100% on the HPDR plus this perfect little confluence of all these banks saying that we're going to go lower tells me local bottom is probably here, if not very, very close. Like the quarterly was telling me from the blue 38.2% zone at like 1950. So if we were to go a little bit lower, we'd probably go somewhere around there, or maybe this 100 EMA, and we still have 23 days to go. So we have 23 days before we can close above this 100%. So if we do go lower, we would probably tap this. This is the lowest as I could see it go before the close, which is $17.87. And I would just look at that as an opportunity zone for that mean reversion bounce. Because if you were to get in as close to this 100 as possible, aim for the 55, that's like almost a 50% move.
That's ridiculous. Yeah.
And you would have statistics on your side taking that trade too, like overwhelmingly on your side.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing on the weekly.
Whoa.
Where we're brushing up against the 100% on the weekly at $19.62. Our current low is $20.20. 1962 is right there with our quarterly top, the blue 38.2% zone. Extreme lows on momentum at 99.78%. Same thing on volatility. Tells us that the mean reversion bounce is very likely coming soon. 2 days now below the 100%. Have we gotten that before? Can't seem to find a single time where we've opened below the 100% on the 2 days. That improves odds for us going back to reclaim that 100% zone, which gives more confluence for the ideas of a bounce.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty good trade.
Yeah, no, I can't find it. That would be somewhere a bounce to reclaim this would take us somewhere around that 5 EMA, maybe fill this gap and touch the 9 EMA. That's that same 50% move that we were looking at.
It's fucking solid.
Yeah. Daily, same thing. It's about 50%. Very extreme levels, literally 100% on momentum and volatility on the daily tells you that we're getting our mean reversion bounce sooner rather than later. 4 hours, same thing. Very extreme levels. We tried to bounce again. We flipped back up, went back to extreme levels, extreme volatility, and now the jewel is giving us this blue cyan bicolor within the critical zone. After rejecting it the first time around, then we got solidly into the critical zone. So we should be expecting a move up from here at the very least to the edge of the bullish control zone. That tells us short-term mean reversion bounce. Chart. Let's check the divergences. See if there's any bullish divergence. Let's do the momentum. That'll tell us more of an idea of the short-term mean reversion. Also, there's a weekly silver cross to the downside.
Yeah, it needs fresh as fuck.
So going along with that mean reversion bounce would just be a retest of this 9 EMA. And would you look at that? It's that same exact number in the mid 30s.
Mm-hmm. 80%.
70 to 80%. Wow. Just a retest of the silver cross. And it would still be bearish as fuck right here. It would be a 70 to 80% move to the upside.
How does that make any sense?
Momentum is going to remain down as long as price is below $23.29. But what the lower time frames are telling me with the idea of the mean reversion, we have 2 days and 3 hours. We might just be able to go up another $2. 5 days, same thing, silver cross, expanding volatility, same pivot, 24. 3 day is currently lost to 200, expanding volatility. It's going to be down below 32.11. So even a move to the 30s would still keep momentum down on these timeframes. 2 day, expanding volatility, pivot is at $40.40. Daily, at 4 periods of 100% volatility, and the pivot is $28.60, and we're entering the critical zone. Wow. 4 hour, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 periods of 100% volatility. Now it's finally contracting. And the pivot is going to flip down if we close below $22.18. So we got about two and a half hours roughly to go to close over this, and that'll flip momentum back up, and it'll start that mean reversion bounce from where we are now rather than a little bit lower. So what I'm seeing on the very high time frames looks fucked. It looks like we need to consolidate though before we can continue lower. If we do continue lower and the low time frames coincide with that idea, that we're probably getting our mean reversion bounce very soon, because of all of our volatility and momentum indicators are at very extreme levels, and they can only stay there for so long.
This one's a pretty good one. I appreciate that they sent us this, and great job there. We're just missing PDD, and then we're done, sir.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Ain't no party like a P. Diddy party. Ew. Okay, let's get started.
Have you seen how Reddit has been going 100 like full out anti-Latino today, all day?
No, why?
Because a high percentage of Latino voters voted for Trump. They can't stand that.
Reddit?
Yeah.
Reddit is
the last people you would expect to go full racist, right? The social justice warriors.
The people on Reddit are social. I see. I never go on Reddit. To me, that's a place where only the dumb live.
Well, I don't go there. I follow this account on X called Reddit Lies, and it just screenshots the dumbest posts that they make, and they post them on X so we can make fun of them.
Oh, good. That's proper. I'll take that.
How do you spell P Diddy?
PDD.
I was putting in a Y.
No.
I was taking it as the actual P Diddy.
No, it's not. Ok, vamos a empezar rápidamente con SMCI, que también es Super Microcomputer. Son obviamente chips, damas y caballeros. Podemos ver que esto es una caída brutal. Esto ha estado, por cierto, estamos viendo la trimestral. Cada una de estas velas son trimestrales. Vean la cantidad de volatilidad extrema que ha tenido y por cuánto tiempo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 periodos de 3 meses, son 18 meses, 1 año y medio de este tipo de acción. Y ahora se va a empezar a dar la vuelta. Y lo que hemos visto es que esto nos llevó, antes de llegar a este punto, nos llevó hasta la subidota, que es por eso que les digo, cuando algo está sobreextendido, no crean que ya se acabó. Vean cómo se siguió extendiendo y creciendo. Y ahora no te dijo cuándo iba a acabar, ¿no? Es eso imposible de saber. Pero es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Tuvimos un máximo histórico en 122, estamos cotizando en 21.38 y de acuerdo a todos los indicadores de volatilidad y momentum de Farhan, viendo en el HPDR que está todo sobrevendido, estamos en una oportunidad de compra para un rebote buenísimo y ahorita yo creo que nos vamos a acercar. Obviamente no estoy diciendo qué hacer, cada quien haga su tarea, pero es lo que se está presentando. Para poder ponerlo en la mesa, yo creo que la tabla más fácil de enseñarles es esta, en la temporalidad mensual. ¿Por qué? La temporalidad mensual tiene dos cosas en común con lo que nosotros estamos viendo. Uno, el promedio del 100 que está en 17.87. Si el precio llega a tocar, aún así donde ya está, se nos hace buen precio, pero si el precio llega a tocar los 17, donde está el promedio de la 100 y rebotar, donde nosotros venderíamos esa posición sería aquí, en el promedio de las 55, esperando un rechazo, porque aquí viste que rebotó y luego cayó. Entonces, esperaríamos que el promedio de las 55, acá, en los 26.90 sea resistencia. Ahora, ¿qué pasa si compras? Digamos que esto pasa mañana y todo esto se queda. Estás hablando de un 50% en el zampompazo. Ahora, ¿quieres acercarte para ver precisamente dónde exactamente va a estar esto? Una vez más, puedes darte cuenta que el promedio de la 9 está en 39.92, bastante más arriba de donde estaba el promedio de la 55 antes. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, pero de nuevo, esto ya está tan castigado que ya no tiene tanto a dónde ir inmediatamente con estos movimientos. Puedes ver que la volatilidad no solamente estaba en extremos, pero ya le queda muy poco para continuar este movimiento a la baja, si es que lo quiere continuar. En la semanal y en la mensual estás en extremos también, estás en 92.92%. nos vamos a acercar a la diaria. La diaria pinta la mejor fotografía de todas, porque si llegas a cachar esto, acá tienes la correlación con el promedio de las 9, porque de donde estás al promedio de las 9 ya hay un 47%. Y sabes que va a haber un rebote, tiene que haber un rebote a cierto punto. Entonces, SMCI se nos hace interesante como una oportunidad no inmediata, o sea, no voy a decir inmediata, pero un poco inmediata, a simplemente esperar un rebote y vender. No hacerte millonario, holdear con cojones y esperar que esto regrese para atrás. No, para llevarte un 50, un 30% entre este juego y los promedios que estabas viendo. ¿Dónde es que estaban en la temporalidad mensual? La temporalidad mensual es la que yo tomaría, el promedio de las 9 en los 26.91, porque si llegas a los 18, etcétera, y de ahí brincas a los 26, te va a dar ese mega, mega, mega rebotote y les vamos a mandar a todos los que tienen las señales del E-Trading Academy unos setups también interesantes para que se los lleven a casa. Pero bueno, eso es lo que vimos en SMCI. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Y vamos a cerrar esto con P. Diddy. Déjenme cambio las siglas para P. Diddy. ¿Cómo no?
With RPDDs, you only get charts. You don't get raped in the booty hole. So unless you like that.
Oh, and if that's your thing, that's fine. Dude, we're cool with it.
You got no problem.
Go enjoy.
That's what what's his face is for. I was about to say his name, but I'm not going to say it. It's that one retard who likes to make videos on putting $12,000 or $20,000 exhaust on piece of shit Mercedes from 20 years ago. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, of course.
So at the quarterly, we're at the bottom of the 38.2% zone. This is where I would expect it to hold if it is going to maintain its bullish structure. Because if it loses this, it's going to get a very aggressive move down towards this bottom 50%. That's it. 50% drop from here. Wow.
If it loses what? The 38.2?
At $122.81. It's a 47% drop. Right now, our momentum is pointed towards the downside while volatility is pointed up, which gives us more of a probability of us actually losing that 38.2.
Yeah, just wait till you see the monthly. You'll see that it will.
Shit.
Yeah,
the monthly went back, retested this blue 38.2 zone, retested the median, it's got a sharp rejection, and now we're below 38.2, and we're rejecting it. While momentum is about to flip back down into the bearish control zone, and volatility is flipping up to support it. This thing looks like it's on the verge of getting a very, very nasty breakdown. We do have, I guess you could call it a silver cross because the 21 is above the 55, but we don't have enough data to actually populate the 55 to where it actually crossed. But if we lose that, then the 55 is not going to hold because we've tapped it so many times before. Very likely this thing is coming back down to where it loves to go down to, which is around the 88.3 to 100%. That takes us, what do you know, $60 all the way down to $50, which is that 50% dump. Weekly as 21.9 has just crossed below the 21, and now we're rejecting it, and we're rejecting the 55 as well. Our momentum is breaking down from the bullish control zone. The jewel is also flipping over, rejecting the bullish control zone. That gives us probabilities of coming down towards this median, and then towards the bottom 38.2. But right now, we would expect to get a bounce to the median, especially because the median sits at $103. So it's that nice psychological $100 area. You'd expect a lot of people to get in on there, thinking 100 is going to be the bottom, especially when they see that bounce. And when it would just be a bearish retest of this top 38.2% in this 100 EMA. Expect a rejection there. And then after that, the people who bought in this area all the way up to this area are going to start panic selling. It's going to exacerbate the move to the downside. And then we're probably going to get a sharp break below $100 to somewhere around $85 to maybe $77. 2 days trying to bounce though. 2-day momentum is starting to flip up while volatility is slipping down. Tells you this is a corrective move. We're getting back within the bullish, the 38.2% zone. We have a silver cross to the downside though. So if we were to retest this median like this setup does give us, where downwards momentum, downwards volatility, upwards momentum, gives us target of the median. That would be a perfect retest of the silver cross. And it would just be another lower high in a series of lower highs before we make another lower low. probably at that $100 area right here where we see at the 90% on the HBDR. Daily is starting to flip back down though, a little bit of an opposite, where daily momentum is flipped to the downside, volatility is flipped up to support it. We are reclaiming this blue 38.2% zone though, and we have a fresh silver cross to the downside. So if we close over this 38.2% in about 2 hours at $120.41, that gives us probabilities of testing this median, which is right around the silver cross. Perfect silver cross retest, another lower high, and then down. 4 hour. 4 hour is currently closed over the median. Now we're just kind of basing off a little bit, rejecting it currently. We're about 20 cents below the median right now. Our momentum is at literally neutral. It reset from around, what is this, like 17 to 20%. Now we went back to neutral, 0% area. Volatility is literally at 0%. So if the way we're going to find out which way volatility is going to break is on this daily closure. If we 4-hour closure. If we close over the median, volatility is likely to break to the upside, and we're probably going to go back up to retest this 200 SMA, which is right around like 127. I would still expect that to be a lower high and then look down. But if we close below it, we're not going to get that bounce, and volatility is going to start expanding from here. And we're probably coming back down towards somewhere around that low $100 area. Let's switch to the momentum chart. Quarterly will be up as long as we close over $71.87, but we're going to get up into the bullish control zone after this next quarterly open. So it's going to make it that much harder for the bulls to keep price up and momentum up, and this number is going to go up significantly. We're not going to know where it's going to go to until the next quarterly open, but I would assume it's going to be somewhere around where price action is currently, and it's going to be much harder for the bulls to keep momentum up, which coincides with the monthly being down and pretty significantly down. And the monthly is getting kicked out of the critical zone, retesting, rejecting the bullish control zone, dropping down. Now we're at the neutral zone. The pivot is $145.57. Especially, it also lines up with us rejecting the 9 EMA. So if we continue to close like this, that'll take us deeper into the bearish control zone. Probably the last time we entered the bearish control zone, we broke past all of our previous lows and made this nice little Christmas tree pattern. When we entered the bearish control zone, we dropped another under 73.9%. We haven't even entered the bearish control zone yet. So even if we were to draw 73% down from here, it would be very, very, very generous, because if we were to enter the bearish control zone, price would be lower than where it is now. Well then, that's 1/4 of what price is right now, $33. Weekly volatility starting to contracting very slightly though, not very much. And momentum is going to be pointed down as long as price is below 148.82. Rejection of all of these moving averages also. Drops.
I think I got the black lung, pops.
The plague. I got the vid.
There you go.
At least it's not ass COVIDs, right? Or ass COVID.
Like in China.
It's a negative number, but it's still, if you remove the negative, it's $33. Let's try it from a different area.
That would be terrible if it gets to like $40. That's kind of like almost where it IPO.
All right, so the easy target I have right here would be that 50% drop to around $55 to $60. And we've basically already gotten it because we've closed below this 100% extension on here. So yeah, that would be losing this 200 SMA again, and right down to that 50% drop, which we have to set up on the monthly and the quarterly on the HBDR to get us that. 2 days is going to be down as long as price is below 134.45. Volatility is starting to expand again, and we have that silver cross. We have a perfect rejection of the silver cross. Daily is starting to expand. Well, momentum is going to be up as long as we're closing above $117.71. That gives us a possibility of making another lower high tap with this 200 SMA after closing below it at like 120, somewhere between 125 and 130. And the 4-hour momentum is declining while volatility is declining, while momentum is going to be up as long as we're above 119.33. So that tells you that the move we're getting to the upside right now is very likely going to be a corrective move. And then eventually the higher time frames are going to take over, and this thing is going to continue to dump very heavily. And I would look somewhere around $60 as our first like relatively easy target in an area where we could look for a macro bottom. But I would not expect that to hold based off of the monthly and the quarterly HPDR and the fib target that I just drew out. And I would say that would probably be somewhere around $33 if 60s don't hold. We'd have to apply maximum hopium for that $60 area to hold if we don't want to see 30s.
I'll apply maximum hopium when I see it there then.
Let me head down to the dispensary and buy myself 3 ounces of maximum hopium.
Of maximum hopium. Excuse me. Can I get 3 ounces of maximum hopium? That does sound like a great weed, by the way. A great weed strain.
I have my medical card.
Well, we don't need those anymore, but yes, I
think you do if you want to buy like very large amounts, right?
Oh, I can't buy large amount. I don't think you can in California, but I'll ask. I'll ask because I didn't know that. Anything else you'd like to add? Questions, say, whatever.
Aside from crypto president 1, nothing much.
That's right. That's right. To the crypto president, baby. Let's fucking go. Just a reminder to everyone, we're going to have our first class just exclusive for you members so that you can ask any questions about what you've learned so far with the Elite Trading Academy next Thursday. Next Thursday, I believe, is the 17th. I'm not entirely sure, or the 14th. I think it's the 14th, actually. We'll see you on Elite Trading Academy. We'll announce the date. We'll send you guys an email, so just stay tuned. Thank you so much, Farhan. Appreciate you, my ninja. I'll finish this, wrap it up, and then go fuck myself.
Nice.
For a few hours.
I'm glad I'll be tuned out while you're doing that.
Good.
Have a good one, sir.
You too. Thank you. Vale, pues estamos viendo P. Diddy en la mensual y tanto análisis de P. Diddy es más fácil ponerlo, lo vamos a hacer en todas las temporalidades, pero este es el análisis más fácil que puedes hacer. Ha tenido P. Diddy un alto histórico en los 212, está cotizando en 120.77, básicamente casi la mitad, y lo que estamos viendo es, veniste a este alto, luego tuviste esta super caída hasta los $23, que ridículo, y de ahí has vuelto a subir, pero lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que esto está creando estos altos más bajos que este. Esto no tiene cara. Ahora, mucha gente va a decir, pero güey, estás haciendo altos más altos que estos y bajos más altos que estos. Ok, sí, pero si nos acercamos un poco más, podemos ver que lo habías logrado y luego estos bajos absolutamente rompieron todo. Luego este alto es más bajo que este y ahora estás aquí abajo, debajo del promedio de la 9 y ahora vas a ir a buscar el promedio de la 21. Esto nos dice que hay indecisión, pero de acuerdo al momentum y volatilidad, esto nos está diciendo que lo que estamos viendo son movimientos correctivos. Esta vela es el movimiento correctivo para después dar continuación al movimiento real. Y si esta vela va a intentar hacer esto, esto, esto y esto. Eso es lo que nosotros pensamos. Ok, vamos a ver la trimestral. Trimestral, un poco de eso. Ven la vela de indecisión también tan predatoria que tuvo. Puedes ver que este fue el tope, este es un alto más bajo y ahora vamos a ir a probablemente barrer este bajo en los $89 en P. Diddy, para que lo sepan. Otra cosa que nos pone ahí es el promedio de las 9 está por acá en la trimestral y nos vamos a mover a la semanal. En la semanal, y lo vamos a expandir rápidamente, en la semanal puedes ver cómo estamos abajo el 9, el 21 y del 55. Literalmente debajo de todos ellos, el promedio de la 100 está en los 112. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que probablemente esto vaya a dar un rebotillo por ahí de los 125, tal vez 130, y de ahí continúe el movimiento a la baja. En la diaria pueden verlo. Mejor todavía. En la diaria tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja justamente acá hace 2 días. Tuviste tu primera vela roja, luego esta vela que se hizo verde y estás yendo a buscar, a retestear el promedio de las 9, que también coincide con el promedio de las 9 mensual, que está en los 122.55. Es lo mismo que el mensual. Lo que nosotros creemos es que esta va a ser tu oportunidad de entrar en un short en esta zona para después continuarlo para abajo. Y obviamente hay muchas maneras de hacerlo, con muchas invalidaciones. Yo usaría el 21 y la invalidación sería el 100, pero cada quien haga lo que guste. Y ya, es todo lo que estamos viendo. P. se ve bastante bajista. Tenemos objetivos muy abajo el 97. Yo puse mi objetivo en 70, pero el de Farhan es 60, para que lo tengan en mente. ¿Ok? Y con eso podemos acabar antes de que me vaya a correr y luego a caminar un rato, a disfrutar el día. Nada más. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar acompañándonos. Cualquiera de ustedes, ya saben, quiere ser parte de Elite Trading Academy, no quieres pagar por absolutamente nada, métete a nuestro Discord. Tenemos muchísima actividad, bastantes señales que mandamos, etcétera. Y además puedes platicar con mucha gente para aprender de ellos. Toda la comunidad es bastante buen pedo, honestamente. Se llevan bien, pacientes, etcétera. Y estamos muy contentos por ahí. Si quieres un poco más, quieres aprender, puedes usar nuestro curso de 0 a Trader, que está también ahí, cuesta $24.99. Solamente lo tienes que pagar una vez, tienes el acceso al curso por 1 año y todas las modificaciones que le vayamos haciendo. Vamos a modificarlo una vez al mes con diferentes cosas que hagamos en las clases. Vamos a tener una clase el próximo jueves, creo que el jueves es 14, no mañana, o sea, el próximo jueves, exclusivo para todos los miembros que ven las clases en vivo. La razón es, queremos no hacer lo que estamos haciendo acá, pero explicarles cualquier duda que tengan, poder platicar con ustedes, aclararlas todas para que se vuelvan mejores traders. No se preocupen, yo solamente voy a traducir, les va a contar todo Alex y Farhan. Y lo que necesiten, ahí está, en elitradingacademy.us, para lo que gusten. Muchísimas gracias a todos, la pasamos muy bien. 4,500, 4,600 pelados por acá, los aprecio a todos. Lo único que les recomiendo es no vayan a comprar Joe Biden, que ya colapsó por completo. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien y feliz martes. Ah, no, miércoles. ¡Wow, Alejandro!